Marty, did you make Sarah co-host?
Okay, I show her as a co-host. Is she not showing up on her side?
Oh, no, I think I just was checking. I just walked in.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Hi, Sarah.
I have a share button at the bottom of my screen. Marty, are you going to do roll call for both commissions? Do you have our roll for your minutes?
We don't usually do roll call for study sessions.
I think for the city's rules, we do have to have in your minutes who from our commission attended. So we can
You
do that.
that?
We can do that any way you like. It's your meeting.
Yeah, our study sessions are not required to have quorum, so Bobby,
Or
are
a
you
list
listening?
of commissioners in the chat, and then we'll just confirm who's here before we start. Do we have to have a quorum for something like this, or according to our
Sorry, yep.
So
Well, I have the first item on the agenda is introductions, so that could be a roll call right there.
well, this will help whoever's doing the minutes. They won't have to guess how people's names are spelled.
Good.
Show it to my dad.
Absolutely.
Where's your phone?
Best company. And you're ready to badge it to your destination.
That's really cool.
You always have a chauffeur's vehicle waiting for you. It's all complimentary on badge. It's the one and only way to travel.
Madam Chair, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Short.
It's 3 o'clock, so I think we can begin. We have with us Sarah Dector from the city of Flagstaff, and we have Melissa Shaw, who is our long-range planner, and we have the Planning and Zoning Commission from the city of Flagstaff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Short. On the agenda that I received, it shows that we're going to have introductions first, and then we're going to have the Flagstaff Regional Plan coordination update. So when this agenda was written, do you want each of the commissioners, was it the intent that each commissioner introduce themselves from the county and then the city along with other members, or what was the plan?
Madam Chair, I believe Sarah Dector just mentioned to us that it is the city's process to have a roll call, so we can use that as part of the roll call. But first of all, we could go ahead and introduce the commissioners from the county.
Oh, okay. So then I will go ahead and introduce myself. This is Chair Ontiveros with Coconino County. I do represent District 3.
This is the Vice Chair, Don Walters. Hi, everybody.
This is Sot Best. Can y'all hear me? I have a new headset on today.
Yes, we can hear you, Commissioner Best.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is Sot Best. I represent District 1 in the county.
This is John Ruggles. I represent District 2 on the County Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'm here in spite of the tunnel fire.
All right, John. This is Mary Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles.
Mary Williams. I represent District 1 on County Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. And I believe that round, or Commissioner, let's see. I believe that rounds out with the city. Oh, Commissioner Clifford, I apologize.
That's okay. Commissioner Clifford, District 4.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clifford. I am unfamiliar with how the city commission does their roll call, but if you guys would like to proceed in that, please do so at this time.
I'd hand that task to Vice Chair Jones. You like to do roll call and introductions?
Sure. Do you want me to call the roll, or will our staff do that?
I'm the only, oh no, Alex is here. Alex is just joining now. I can do it though.
I'm fine to do it too. I just didn't know.
We are guests, so we can do it.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead. Let's see. We have, I'm Marie Jones, and I am the temporary chair. And let's see, we have Commissioner Paul.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thanks for having us.
And let's see, who else is here? Commissioner Mandino is here from our commission.
This is Commissioner Mandino. I'm present. Thank you.
And I'm just looking at the list here. Oh, Commissioner Norton is here.
Good afternoon. This is Mary Norton, present.
Who am I missing? Anybody from our commission?
Ricardo Guthrie. Thank you.
Oh,
Presente. How are you?
Right.
Yes, Bob Harris here as well.
Okay. Sorry, Bob. I haven't completely absorbed your name yet. One of the newer commissioners. And who else? Anyone else on our commission? Okay, I guess that's us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jones. And this is Chair Ontiveros with Coconino County. And I would just like to say thank all of the commissioners from the city of Flagstaff for joining us this afternoon. With that, who is going to be doing the presentation for the coordination update?
Sharon Tanaris.
Sharon
So
Tavares,
for-
it will be Sarah Dector with the city of Flagstaff, and I will be here to back up.
Okay, all right, Ms. Dexter, please proceed and give us the update.
Great. First, I want to thank everyone for attending a joint meeting again, as you last met as a joint group in August. And the request was that this was something you wanted to occasionally do as we work through what is a rather long process of updating the Flagstaff Regional Plan, which is a joint effort that I am working on alongside Melissa, of course. And let me get my screen shared. Can everyone see my screen? Not covered up by a big bar, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Great, thank you. But before we get too far into this meeting, Melissa, and I would like to remind you that everyone ahead of the meeting filled out a form that we will be looking over tonight. And what I'd like to invite you to do right now is I'm going to copy this into the chat. We'd like you to go ahead and get back on this group map. This is a digital whiteboard that we have been using to work with commissions and gather feedback in a really organized way about our current regional plan and what we can do through this process to make it serve our communities. So by the time I'm done with this presentation, I'm going to toggle back to this group map. And there's a little column on the side. I hope all the names say that you're online. And if you have any issue at all getting onto the group map, please message Melissa in the chat. And she will attempt to assist you, or we can pause and I can assist you. Are there any questions about that?
Yes, Sarah, this is Sat. So we just go to the link that we originally received?
Correct. It should be the same link I just put in the chat. They should be identical.
Okay.
When you actually get on, see Mary and Marie and others have gotten on, we can see that you've made it and that you're part of the group.
When
Sarah,
I click
your Outlook screen is showing.
Oh, is it? That's weird. Thank you for telling me. Switch screens on me.
This is Commissioner Clifford. When I click on the link you sent out, it says that I will be leaving the Zoom meeting. Is that normal?
Not that that
This
has
is
not
Sharon
happened before.
Tavares. Yeah, and I had the same thing happen to me, so I backed out of it.
It's unusual. I have not had that happen before, but we also haven't done this over Zoom yet because we have not yet gotten in front of the county commissions. Have another device like a phone. You can scan the QR code. That's another option. Or go to this join.groupmap.com and enter the 9-digit code for this particular whiteboard.
Or look in the chat. Zach is suggesting you just copy the QR code and open another link or another browser.
Got it. I see. You're probably on Zoom in your browser and not in a separate application.
I guess a backup would be is if you cannot get into the group exercise, you could put your comments in the chat and we can put them in for you.
Yeah, we have Melissa and I could both be proxies if there's just a few people who can't get on board. We usually just take some notes and say, I'm the proxy for this person's work in the whiteboard. So while people are working on that, I'll go ahead and start the presentation. And Melissa and I are going to banter a bit as we go through this. And so we are going to go over tonight what we've been doing since August 2021, which is the last time we met as a joint commission, and then talk through the upcoming outreach efforts through the end of this calendar year. At the end of that, we will go back to this strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment, which you've started working on individually. and we'll now see those composite results and actually work on rating them and ranking them. And so hopefully that will be give us plenty of time to be done before everyone has to jump to their 4 o'clock meeting. So we last time, of course, talked about the hierarchy of planning documents. I know we have a few new commissioners at the city. I don't know if there are any new commissioners in the county, but the regional plan is the broadest portion planning document that the city uses. It is the only document besides the city charter that is ratified by voters, and it is also used by Coconino County as an area plan. But it is the broadest and it is the most comprehensive of all the plans that we work on within this Flagstaff region. Underneath that plan, the county has area plans and the city has specific plans. And then we all implement those through code changes and other things the planning and zoning commissions become very familiar with over time. Very often, you have to make a finding of conformance with your comprehensive plan or your general plan. And that includes the relationship to the regional plan when those are decisions that are taking place within the Flagstaff region. There are slightly different adoption processes for this one document. It serves as the general plan. So the city is going to adopt it and send it to the voters to be ratified. And Coconino County is going to have a major plan amendment that will be adopted onto the county comprehensive plan. And so if you're thinking about this process, just know at the end there is some differences on how we will take this one document and move it forward. But the document in both cases supports our land use decisions and policy making. It provides for the city's 100-year water supply designation and transportation planning through Metro Plan. Our current plan has 97 goals and 508 policies. So when I say it is broad, it is very broad. It covers the built environment, the human environment, and the natural environment in a very complete way. It has a generalized land use map. The previous regional plan had a very specific land use map that was almost like 2 layers of zoning. This one was very generalized, and it has a robust basis for our transportational modeling, including a future road network. It also has a multimodal transportation emphasis in support of Mountain Line's 5-year plan. And as we said before, we talk about the water supply in the city system extensively throughout the document. So this map is what's in our current regional plan. It is our future growth illustration. The version before you now is the one that the city has adopted. Because the city and county can both amend this map over time, they sort of move in maybe hopefully coordinated directions, but there might be slight changes. There were some changes to this map as part of the Belmont area plan that the city has not brought forward as an amendment. And likewise, there have been changes to the locations of activity centers and their intensity that the county hasn't adopted. So this process is the opportunity to realign and make sure that the city and county are working from the same place going forward. So the boundaries of this area, of course, are Belmont, Kachina Mountain Air, Cosnino and Winona are out here, and then Timberline, Fernwood, and Donny Park, and Fort Valley in this direction, but it does include portions of the San Francisco peaks as well. So it's a very large geographic area. Within this area, about 2/3 of the population lives in the city limits of the city of Flagstaff, and about 1/3 lives outside the city limits. A lot of policies that a planning and zoning commission could talk about and chew on as part of an evaluation of this document. And so there are some key chapters, though, I would draw your attention to, particularly environment and conservation, the maps that designate our priorities for open space, growth and land use, transportation, public buildings, services, facilities, and safety, economic development, and neighborhood housing and urban conservation. The city tracks on our annual report on the regional plan what portions of the plan have been used in staff reports that go to city council. And these are the ones that really are heavily used by planning staff and applicants and go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are other ones that kind of come in here or there, like the energy chapter. And I know the county is working on an energy zoning code changes as well. But these are kind of the key ones that show up the most frequently. What we have in the document or on the city's website associated with the Flagstaff Regional Plan is we have this document called the Subject Matter Guide or Cheat Sheet, which this the plan is not organized so that every topic is covered in just one place, which can make navigating it, if you need to look at it for a specific issue, more complicated. So this document exists on our webpage, and if you want to know about the library or the airport, you can come to this document and put an airport, and it gives you a whole smorgasbord of plans across, of policies across every chapter that have a relationship to that topic. So we use this on a very regular basis. We forward it to people who have questions and share it with other staff as well. So we have begun the process of updating the regional plan. And due to the pandemic, we did not start with some blowout public event, but we started by really getting organized. And we have been analyzing throughout the last 6 months the data that is associated with all those topics that become a part of the regional plan. And we've been doing that through a series of webinars called the Regional Snapshots. That, I think, has been to almost every one. And we've done 22 of them. The final one for now, they're never quite done, is next Monday. And so it has been a pleasure. We've had a very small group that's been really, really interested, but I also have found the city has been posting them as a playlist on our YouTube channel, and they're getting hits, and we get calls about them occasionally, which is tells me they're out there in the world for people to find, which is a good place to start from. We also started the process of going through booths and have a series of art boxes that cover different topics in the regional plan that really bring people to the table and give us a chance to talk with them while they're getting to do something creative. That's sort of our phase one. Phase two is going to be what's possible, what's the vision, and that is a part of the process we will discuss tonight. Phase three, which we put fiscal years down here, that's about when they start and stop, though there's a little overlap in either direction, will be when we actually have drafting of the plan happening and people are reviewing it, including city and county attorneys. And then a longer phase of deciding how it's adopted, in what order, who's going to go first, and what ultimately happens once it gets to the voters. Principles guiding this process are to have the right people, the right agenda, and the right timing. So we are not trying to meet everyone everywhere all the time, or trying to have one big meeting and saying show up or else. We're trying to really think and be purposeful about gathering and why and how we are gathering throughout the process. We are also working to create environments where experts and the public can work and collaborate together. Going forward, we're going to have needs for outside facilitation, which there have been some budget requests to help support that. There's been a request from the Board of Supervisors and others and City Council to have equity and inclusion be an important part of our process, and that we work towards setting clear expectations for endorsement. So in the last 8 months, we have done these 22 webinars, and we've completed 5 papers that go with those webinars. We're trying to kind of create short papers that are also called snapshots that show a point in time of kind of a dense understanding of the data about a topic for those who are just love getting nerdy with us. We have 4 papers right now that are in review. We do use outside experts to review them, and we're happy if you know any outside experts on any of the topics associated with this webinar. They're certainly being reviewed by city and county staff within those subject areas. We have a website that is flagstaff.az.gov/regional plan 2045. And we've developed our art-based participation opportunities. We've also been spending a lot of time coordinating with the regional transportation plan and the Mountain Line 5-year plan. One of the things that happened as the pandemic has been waning is that there are a lot of public engagement processes that were sort of waiting to get going. And they may have been started before the pandemic, maybe they were started during the pandemic, but they've really been trying to get out front and get going with their public engagement. So this fall, there was sort of the gates opened and there was a swath of projects like the regional transportation plan and the 5-year plan that were all out for public engagement all at once. That was part of why we did not do a big kickoff for the regional plan, because all of these will be complete before the regional plan process is done. And we thought it would create some confusion about what am I actually commenting on. So both of those particular efforts, as they are getting public engagement, they are sharing it with our team. As they are getting data from their consultants, they're sharing it and putting it in the snapshot papers. So we do have a really strong bit of public engagement that's out there that's really being led by our partners that might be under the radar for a lot of folks. And then today we are going to work on a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment from the perspective of planning and zoning. But this is an exercise we are actually underway with doing with up to 24 of the city and counties commissions. And so we will get a very broad swath of people who spend their volunteer time talking about the things that are important to the community and getting their feedback on the regional plan. And every commission has had a slightly different look at what they think is important, what they think the opportunities are, but there's also been a lot of overlap. And so once we complete that process in mid-June, we will turn that into a report that we will share back with all the commissions that we have seen in the last 2 months. Efforts. This last weekend was our first boothing event, which we went to Earth Day, and we talked with about 35 people who came by and wanted to have more than just pick up a flyer, but have a really interesting and in-depth discussion about the regional plan. Our art table was a real hit. We had people coming back to do it a second time or bringing friends over to do it. So we were getting a lot of traffic. And then we have also started an online visioning survey modeled slightly after what we did with the Southside neighborhood plan, but also had a different twist on it that is available right now on the project website and the Flagstaff Community Forum. We'll keep this survey open through the end of September, probably. So there's plenty of time to get lots of people onto it, and we'll be glad to post it in the chat or show it to you as well. We also are working on trying to develop our targeted outreach for hard to reach communities. That is, of course, a slow going and relationship building process, and one that we hope to get more front and center this summer. We've also had budget requests to the city council and the board of supervisors that include work for contractors to come on and help us with the scenario planning effort, much like, but more sophisticated, I hope, than the one we did between 2010 and 2012 under the Arizona Department of Transportation grant that we had at that time. We are also going to be putting out a request for some kind of work that I think we're going to have more conversations about with Board of Supervisors and City Council for building a collaborative process that can take all these things we're doing and really put it together and start creating a scope and a future direction, so that when there's writing being done for the plan, there's a clear objective ahead of us. August to October, we'll also be creating visioning workshops that are geographically located throughout the region. And we will have all stakeholder interviews and start recruiting for that collaborative group, which the forum is still to be determined, but the timeline and importance of it is very clear. So that collaborative process, if you remember back on the diagram in phase 2, we said there was scenarios and values and goals and policies, and then there's this need to collaborate. There's actually several ways that we've thought about doing this, and none of them have been selected yet, because what we would like to do is get some kind of request out from the city. It'll probably come from the city of Flagstaff to find consultants who do this kind of deliberative work and find out what the options are that they could bring to our community and what we would be excited to have participants be a part of in our community. Part of this collaborative process may include not really a pilot, but a compensation component, so that people, in an effort to create opportunities for low income and underrepresented community members to participate meaningfully and to offset the cost of childcare and transportation, which may be a burden to households that have a more limited flexibility in their income. With that, I'll stop for questions and then we'll move to the SWOT analysis. Also stop sharing so I can see who's got hands up. Questions. I know there are a few new commissioners, so I definitely want to give you an opportunity if anything was unfamiliar or you need more clarification, please ask.
Ms. Dector, this is Chair Ontiveros. I'm not seeing any raised hands and I'm not seeing anyone unmuting. So why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Great, thank you. Pause only so long as you want me to. Okay.
No, you're doing great. Thank you.
Well, what has happened up till now is we sent you all this ability to brainstorm on this particular topic. And you thought about strengths of our current regional plan, weaknesses of the current regional plan, and opportunities and threats that may present themselves as we are revising it. So I want to show you, these are your results from that process. And I will ask that if anybody has something on here that's yours that you want to talk about, please, I can't see your hands, but please raise your hands and the chair will call on you. So all of these, you'll see when you look at this, if you're looking at it online, if you click this, there were actually several commissioners who talked about natural and scenic beauty, the natural beauty, views and vistas. And so Melissa and I earlier today, this is why we asked you to do it ahead of time, was we went through and we grouped some of these. So you can now see, here's all the comments, and then you also can see individually that this came from Carol. Thank you, Carol. And what else might be in here. So you can feel free while I am showing you this to also go through and look at this results tab. If you need to navigate to it, you just come over to here and you click results, and you will see that there's these groupings. So this is kind of where we have started. Some of these are, of course, more detailed than others. People have different styles. And so are there any questions? I mean, I think we've seen a lot of, you know, the natural environment is really reflected very well in what we've heard, but there's also interest in our reinvestment policies and our activity centers and the walkable urban centers and Flagstaff as a high priority. To also state, if you look at this list and you think, boy, we missed something, you can still go back to the brainstorm and enter something up until the point where I ask everybody to start rating, and I haven't made that tab visible to you yet, but I will shortly. So if you look at this and go, I think we totally missed something important here, the time to add it is now.
Okay, Ms. Dector, let me go ahead and interrupt if I may, but there are two hands that are raised. We have a Commissioner Guthrie and a Commissioner Best. I believe Commissioner Guthrie's hand was raised first. So would it be appropriate, Ms. Dector, to allow him to speak now?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you so much. This is Commissioner Guthrie. Sarah, you are always on the mark. Listen, I'm going to borrow a page though from our buddy, Commissioner Marie Jones. I like the fact that we put together a preamble for the Southside Community Neighborhood Specific Plan because it condenses some fairly abstruse and abstract material into a story-like form, and I can take it in. I'm still drinking from this fire hose that you provided us, and I'm thoroughly impressed, but also thoroughly overwhelmed. So that's why I'm like, okay, where do I jump in? I do like the idea of the city-specific plans. That jumps right out at me, but that's probably because that was where I first got involved a couple years ago, and I can wrap my hands around it. But I did notice also that when I talk with people who do the climate and justice program, I learned a lot in like 15 minutes that I had learned in 15 years, and this was from just the last month. So I just want to say congratulations for putting this together so thoroughly and distinct, and that for most of us like myself, man, we still have to catch up. And the way I catch up is really in the story maps or the stories that you put together for the preamble to the city specific plan, Southside, Plaza Vieja, etc. And I would just say, if there's a way in which that could happen again, that does it, because I really can't take it all in. I just feel like I'm just blown away. So in a good way. Okay.
Yeah. Could I suggest to you, Dr. Guthrie, that that's a great weakness to identify in the way the current document is written, that it doesn't have a central story or a preamble that helps people dive in a way
Okay.
that is
Sounds good.
engaging. That's great
fair.
feedback and exactly
Okay.
what we're looking for.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Guthrie. Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I love our comprehensive plan and our regional plan. I think they really express the values of our community. But I'm feeling a sense of urgency on a couple of topics that somehow we just don't get to. And I just sitting here in the last few minutes, I've been thinking about relating it to the COVID pandemic, where business as usual stopped and we made decisions and spent money and did things off the beaten track. And we're still doing them every day. Here we are on Zoom. We've got the tunnel fire still happening as far as I know. I'm in Santa Fe myself right now. We've lost the entire east face of Mount Eldon and a lot of the east face of the San Francisco Peaks. Probably, what, 50,000 acres in the last 40 years. We know that the forest is going to burn. That's what it does. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And we've been picking away at it since we successfully created the 4-Fry plan 12 years ago. But the sense of urgency that you'd think we'd have is not there. And I don't know how to address it. This is a great process that we're in. And I know good things will come out of it because I've been involved with it for years, great people involved. But that sense of urgency of saying, if we don't fix the forest is going to fix us. And it's just as clear as the end of your nose. I mean, it's happening right now. It just happened 20,000 acres worth. And yet we cannot seem to move forward to do what we need to do in the forest. And we all know what I'm talking about. It's just a question of if the forest is going to burn catastrophically and eliminate Flagstaff, possibly, or we lose the view of the, Baderville looking up at the peaks, that could all burn in 2 days. And it will burn. So I have this feeling of intensity, and I've just driven through the worst dust storm of my life. When was it? Friday. Very interesting experience, part of climate change, I'm sure. We're in 1,200-year drought. We're just about to hit dead pool at Lake Powell. How can we get to a situation where it's not business as usual and things take 12 years before we really even get serious about the process of thinning the forest? And I know, we've done some great things. We've bonded for 10 million or more than that and done some great thinning, thankfully, around my house. Thank you very much. But there's so much more to do, and we just can't seem to launch an effort like we did with COVID. Another issue is housing, where we're now at a point where I don't know how we hold on to essential workers. We're going to have a lot of young essential workers who are going to cycle through here because of the university, and they'll be fine living, 2 to a room in an apartment. But our firemen, policemen, and teachers are critical to the community. How do we hold them? How do we hold teachers, great teachers, for a career in Flagstaff when they can't afford a decent place to live? How do we get things done urgently the way we did with COVID? So that's kind of where I am personally at this moment, and I just wanted to express it because I've got some friends who just had to evacuate their houses, possibly somebody on this panel right now, and we need to do these things or we're going to pay a huge price. Thanks.
Tavares. And I understand what you're saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I'm understanding you correctly, Commissioner Best, I believe you're saying let's prioritize and deal with the big stuff first. Let's not get lost in some of the minutia of some of the things that aren't as important. I'm not saying that one thing in this plan is not important, but I think Commissioner Best did a very excellent job of laying out, and there is no pun intended in this, but you got to put out the hottest fires first. And so I guess that I would just follow up his comments by saying, is there a priority list of how these kind of emergencies are going to be worked on? The two that he pointed out, the forest fires and the lack of affordable housing, are, in my opinion, pretty high priority. So I'm going to leave it there. And Ms. Dector, I'm going to turn it back to you.
I will say that other commissions on this weaknesses portion of these quadrants have put the fact that the current regional plan does not have prioritization of the 508 policies in it as a significant shortcoming. And it's a shortcoming that has come up over and over again. Now, I think as Chair Ontiveros said very clearly, every part of this plan is valuable and important to the community. And I think that led to a lot of consternation and difficulty on the concept of prioritizing when we were doing this last time. And so I think that urgency is a bit of an opportunity, because it will push us to have prioritization conversations with more oomph to them. And people who may feel uncomfortable prioritizing may still move towards understanding that it's a valuable exercise that we can proceed with in the regional plan. And so now, in terms of some of these other things, I think it's important to remember the whole planning triangle. I'm going to go back real quick. Especially at the city, and I know at the county, often some of what SOT is talking about of having action plans and things that can be responsive and quick is done at this blue level, is done with our master plans, is done with our specific plans, is done with the multi-hazard or the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which I'm one of the reviewers for at the city. And I know Melissa takes a look at it at the county as well. And we look at it for the cross currency with the regional plan as well. So I think that those are really hot topics. But remember that the regional plan does have a role. It's not the only tool in the toolbox, though. That doesn't mean it can't do a better job at supporting all the other tools. I've just kind of been cycling through and showing you the opportunities and threats, but we have about 20 minutes and I want to turn on your opportunity to rate. So now that I have made that visible, and it may take like 20, 30 seconds, everyone should be able to move from the results tab over to the rate tab. If it doesn't show up in about 30 seconds, then hit the little refresh button on your browser. You should be able to go through all of these wonderful ideas and insights that you have gathered and give them a rating from 0. You grab this little guy and you put it 0 to 10. So things that are very, very important to you and you think, this is your first chance to think and prioritize. Thanks for the setup, Sat. And first of all, to think about what are your 10s and what are the things that are less important. And as you are filling them out, you're going to see that there's a little bar off to the side. If you click participants, and it'll show you 0 to 41, how many have you rated? So you've got to rate about 2 per minute for us to finish on time. That is helpful to you, at least that quickly. And what I would say is, this is a snapshot. Don't overthink it. It is not your final answer. It is a draft. So treat it like a draft. You're just giving these first impressions from your seat as an individual on these very informed commissions, and also as an individual, and then as a commission as a whole. What it will show us at the end is not only what the average rating was, but what the distribution of responses that we got. So we can see if something's a 7, when we composite all the scores, if it's because there were 2 people who gave it a 1 and a lot of people who gave it a 10, or vice versa. So that's an important step. And then this will be turned into a report that we will send you back for your minutes. And so all the commissioners will get to see the final results. Probably won't have time to go over them today. But it'll give you a good sense of like, where are we starting this conversation? And as we told other commissions, we will be back many times to talk about these things. We're just trying to get this sensing exercise clear so that you have a place where you remember we're starting from. And as we've known from the last few years with the COVID pandemic, there's all kinds of exciting sidebars up ahead. Melissa also wanted me to remind you that only commissioners should be doing the ratings.
Okay, Ms. Dector, we have Commissioner Best's hand raised. Commissioner Best, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we have to do this right now? Because
Answer is yes.
okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
I am forcing you into a sense of urgency to help you prioritize.
Okay, well, I feel a sense of urgency and I'm on it.
Thank you. But I think, it is kind of a good psychological reminder how uncomfortable placing urgency before us will make us to just get started hitting that button, right? I think our public engagement efforts are going to run into this too, of asking people, make some choices, prioritize things. We'll start with that real internal discomfort that we want it all and that we want to have it all be important because we love Flagstaff, which is great. Also, we have learned not the most useful way to build this tool. So I'm not letting anybody off the hook. You get challenged with that at the second meeting. So Melissa, would you have anything to add?
No, I think that we're just going to give them a moment to finish this exercise. I see people working. Some people.
So I actually find that this exercise is very thoughtful for me too, because sometimes I learn who's the sit back and look at it all and then hit the buttons really fast people, and then who are the people who just start hitting buttons. So I've seen both ways go and everybody kind of finishes on time.
I would just say the other reality to keep in mind is the adoption schedule and the differences between the city and county. And we won't get into that detail while people are thinking about this, but the speed at which this can be done is in part dictated by a ballot initiative on the city side. So, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, this is Commissioner Clifford. I am not able to get on this screen to rate because of where I am. I'm on the Zoom meeting and I'm on the board on my phone that I downloaded, but it's just my board. It's not the entire board, and I can't get to the entire board. I've tried several different ways and it's not letting me go there.
Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. You and I seem to be having the same situation today. I am not able to participate in this. It's not, Ms. Dector and Ms. Shaw, please know that I'm not willfully not participating. I'm just having troubles. So I think I'm probably going to have to catch up with this. I have no trouble doing this exercise, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it now.
Chair Ontiveros, it may be connectivity issues, so I think we can probably give time to do this after the meeting. Sarah, is that going to work for you?
The city clerk for Flagstaff has said that because we approach our quorums differently, then at least as long as the commissioners from the city are completing it, I could probably reopen it later if that is your preference for county commissioners and that works with your open meeting rules.
And Ms. Shaw, when you're suggesting we do it after the meeting, at what point? Because this commission will move immediately into a study session at 4 and then following that into our public hearing at 5:30. So what
Right.
were you envisioning?
After this, today's meeting is concluded, we'll have to see if there's a way to make it so that commissioners don't see each other when you're in there rating the different items so that there isn't a quorum issue.
Okay,
We'll
and
look
I
into
do.
it.
Okay, thank you. And I do see Chair Jones hand raised. Please proceed, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Yes, I would appreciate the ability to be able to be more thoughtful about this, including adding more things into this. I don't know if that's possible or if we have to work just with the entries that have been made so far. I do find this a really difficult exercise to sort of rate these things. I feel like certain things are missing and just, I would just really appreciate a little more time with this.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jones. And Ms. Dector and or Ms. Shaw, I'm going to go ahead and mute and let you guys pick it up from here.
So that I have a great answer to the question right now. I would probably have to go back to the city attorneys and clerks and figure out, I can certainly kind of freeze this at the end of our meeting time today, and then we can regroup. It may mean you may be able to continue to do this as separate commissions, and then I can send it back to you jointly. At least we've gotten kind of started. I just don't know what will work. So I'll walk the folks through on my end and see what works at the county as well. The best answer.
Sarah and Chair Ontiveros, I see that several people have finished and other people are still completing theirs. So perhaps we can give this a few more minutes and then provide this to people that have not had a chance to work on it after this is concluded. But we'll find out about the quorum issues and get back to everybody.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw. I don't know. I'm looking at my clock and it says 3:48, which means we have 12 minutes left for this meeting. I'm going to reach out both to Ms. Dector and to Ms. Shaw and say, in order to be timely, how much time do you guys need after this is completed to kind of wrap the presentation to the commissions?
Usually what we would do after this would be to show you the results. But because there are folks who are having difficulty accessing it, I won't do that. I won't turn the results on and make them visible to you at this time.
Okay.
So at the end of this meeting, I will lock this so no one can make changes to it between now and when Melissa and I have a game plan that meets all the requirements that will allow you to keep working on this either separately or we may have to reconvene together. I'm not sure. But if we can continue working on it, we don't have anything else for today. We've given you all our information. So if folks have finished rating and they have questions for us, or they want to talk about if this is useful to continue to meet jointly and if they want to do it again, or they want separate presentations next time, we're open to all of that feedback and any questions you have. Is there anything you want to add to that, Melissa?
No, I think it would be good to have that feedback so we know how to move forward.
Members that are completing this continue to work on it. I'm just going to ask anyone to raise their hand or unmute so I can see you to offer, if you have anything to offer it regards to feedback to Ms. Dector or Ms. Shaw going forward. And when I see a hand raised or an unmute, I'll call on you. Okay, Vice Chair Walters, please go ahead.
Thank you. There's a lot of good information here. Unfortunately, I did not see it until I had just a little bit of time left, and then I had a conference call and I ended up only filling out one thing. I've tried to review some of this stuff, but I think it's there's good information in here and strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, but I think we're missing a lot of things, and I think this is a real opportunity to give some feedback, and I appreciate Sarah's situation with the recorder and all, but the city needs to understand that this is also a county exercise, and the Planning and Zoning Commission is very well suited to be given input on this. So if you'd be able to give us some additional time, or somebody at the city would be able to give us additional time, I think that'd be very helpful. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walters. Mary Norton, would you please go ahead?
Yes, hello. I just wanted to add on to that thought. I think a lot of great information has been presented, not only in the comments that we've heard verbally, but now that we've seen everything listed on the whiteboard. This was, as a new commissioner, this was a new exercise for me. I've been able to tune into some of the snapshots that were on noon on Mondays, but I sure would like to delve into things a little bit more now, understanding the scope of really what we need to digest and discuss. And so if I would second the idea of being able to revisit this again one more time, just to delve into it a little further and gain a little more understanding. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get the participants. Okay, Mary Norton or Chair Norton, your hand is still raised. I'm thinking you have concluded your comments. Okay, thank you. I am not seeing any other hands raised or anyone unmuting at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you, Ms. Dector, with the comments and input that you've received so far.
It took me a moment to unmute myself. I think definitely find a way to provide more time on this exercise. I appreciate everyone trying to kind of take it as not a final answer, but a first response. I just can't answer how on the spot currently, because we have to sort of reconcile the board and commission's books across 2 jurisdictions. When we're asked questions like that, my instinct is we'll come back to you with an answer. I will say probably the easiest answer is if you want another joint meeting and you want to schedule it, then we'd be happy to do that. Otherwise, if the desire of the 2 commissions is to continue to work on this separately and then receive composite results, then we can do that as well. I just need to figure the how out. But those are kind of the 2 paths I see that we could take this request for more time forward with. And maybe there's a third option I'm not thinking of at the moment.
Okay, Ms. Simmons, I see you unmuted. Would you please proceed? Okay, so Ms. Simmons, I saw you mute back up, so I'm thinking you don't have any input. All right, I'm gonna put it out one more time. Hands raised or unmute if anyone has any comments, questions, concerns, input at this time. Okay, and Ms. Dector and Ms. Shaw, I am seeing no hands raised or mics unmuted. So I'm thinking you've gotten the feedback that you're going to get from the participants today. Oh, no, I've got Commissioner Ruggles. I see you unmuted. Please.
Yes, I have one question. I have gotten as much of this done as I possibly could, given the limited time I've had to look at this. Do I just close out the ratings that I've given everything at this point?
Saves as you're entering things. So you just close your browser when you're done and it's there. It's still there
Okay.
for when, as I have the facilitator view of it, and you can see I've got more buttons than you do when you open yours. And so I can freeze it. I can, I can see that everything is saving. I just can't show you yet how everything is saving because I want people who haven't had the opportunity to rate to have the time to do that without seeing everyone else's answers.
That's okay. I don't want to lose this. I've managed about 33 of the questions in the limited time available. And I would just as soon you have the data there. I don't want to lose it by just closing out the browser that I pulled this up on. It's on a different tab. I look at several tabs on the computer because I have limited space. And I just want to make sure that you've got it. So I think that answers the question.
You can see everybody's answers. So I know we need a few minutes to transition from this meeting to the next one. So if you'd like me to kind of pause your rating and I'll lock for now until we can get back to you with how we can continue this.
Okay, I'll just
Okay, Ms.
leave the
Dector.
screen. So,
Go ahead, Commissioner Ruggles.
oh, I was going to say, I'll just leave the screen and no problem because I can just pull up another tab and we'll get on with our study session for the county.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams, in the limited time we have available, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on moving forward, whether working on things jointly or as separate commissions. And I kind of feel like working on it as separate commissions might be better because I know we at the county have different issues or different things that we think about that are more important to us. And I just wanted to throw that out as I feel like it might be more productive if we did them separately.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. We've got 2 more minutes. Does anyone else have any input?
I just want
Commissioner Ruggles?
Yeah, I just want to say that Commissioner Williams and Commissioner Walters summed up something that I said at the very first meeting, and that is exactly that the county out here in the county, further out we get, the board different, the point of view and perspective we have of what belongs in and what should be included in the regional plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Best.
One of my principles in the sense of urgency issue is coordination between the city and county. And I think that's lacking, particularly in housing. I know that the city's got quite an organization dealing with housing. County, not so much, and we probably need it just as badly at this point. I'd love to see more coordination, and for that reason, maybe we should work together. As far as our threat from climate change and the dangerous condition of the forest, pretty much the same issue. The more voices we have, the stronger message we can get out. So I think working together is really critical. The housing thing in particular has bugged me for a long time because we talk about workforce housing in the county, but we really don't have a way to, in my opinion, hardly define it or enforce it or retain it. Even when people show up and say, yeah, I want part of my development to be workforce housing, we don't have a way to do it except by trying to encourage small, low cost units, but those can easily be bought by somebody as a second home from Phoenix. So we just don't have an infrastructure, and the city does. So I think working together is important. We are basically 60 to 70% of the population of the total county. And I think keeping that group working together in whatever direction we decide to go is important. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. This is Chair Ontiveros, and it is 4:01 p.m., which means we're actually kind of 1 minute late on our study session. So we're going to have to close this meeting at this time and head into the county study session.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ms. Dector, and thank you, Ms. Shaw, for the presentation and the information. And I know that there will be a follow-up with all that was said and done here today. Mr. Short, would you please start the study session?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will begin the study session. I'll start with the cases that are coming up next month. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I have the first case, and I'll go ahead and share my screen since everything's on my PowerPoint pretty much. Okay, good afternoon again, commissioners. This case is the CO Bar Solar K Array, and it includes 23 separate CUPs, I think, done for financing purposes with the applicant. So the CUPs are 2211 to 2220-021. Did I get that right? And 19 to 34. I think I did that a little bit wrong, but I'll fix that. All right, in this case, it's on Babbitt Ranches, as you know, and there are two different companies, two different applicants. One is CO Bar Solar K LLC, and the other one is CO Bar Solar LLC. And those are actually out of Newcastle, Delaware. The representative for them is Lane Ashton from Clenera LLC in Boise, Idaho. The zoning is general, and the size of the case, this particular area that this solar array would cover is up to, the applicant indicates, up to 12,000 acres, and that's on two parcels that are a total of 23,497 acres. The development is 23 separate conditional uses and they've also said up to the development of up to 14 utility scale solar power generation facilities. And they come with battery energy storage systems. They're called BESS systems. And this is the project site, roughly the project site. You can see the city of Flag down here, Williams and Valley. It's about 9 miles from Valley coming this way, kind of right on the edge of the Valley area and South Rim Ranches. And this is an aerial photo. It doesn't really show very much, but these are the two large parcels right here that kind of come together. It's in a checkerboard area with state trust land. There's the power line you can see going through here. Highway 180, it comes through here, comes through the bottom here this way. And over here, you can see the edge of South Rim Ranches, a large lot development over in the Valley area. And this is the map that shows, actually, this is the CO Bar overview. And what it shows is where each CUP would be located. So what the applicant has asked for is that each CUP be located on an individual section of land. So you can see 2211 here, 2212, 2213, Going all the way to this side where you have 22034, which my understanding is it gives opportunities for different entities to finance different parts of this project, since it is such a large project. And this is the site plan, and it shows the actual layout of the solar panels throughout the site. And as you can see, topography has a huge effect on where the solar panels can go. So some of these over on this side are pretty flat, and they cover pretty much the entire sections. Where over here you'll see like drainage ways and topography and different things that that affect the way that the solar panels are laid out on the section. There is as Jessica Simmons pointed out to us in the staff review board meeting, the fences are in yellow, and if you could get closer, you could probably see them better. But for example, there's a fence around this area, so this is left open as a corridor for wildlife, and you can see the fence around through here. They have left these quarter-mile corridors throughout, because this is an area heavily used by antelope and also by deer and other animals as well. But they have left these corridors open so that the animals can move through this area. And you'll see different like drainage ways and things like that where they weren't able to, it's not flat enough for solar panels, so they've kind of worked around those areas. This is the best area, the best storage yards, and this is where the battery storage would be. And that is, I think, basically it with this. Are there any questions from the commission on this project?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Best. I'll jump in if nobody else is going to. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely. I was just getting ready to call on you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Interesting timing. We'll probably have an ordinance by then, but the ordinance won't apply, I don't believe. Is the applicant aware of the ordinance? The answer is yes. And are they committed to following the principles in the ordinance? Have you had that conversation?
Commissioner,
this is a lot of real estate, more than I thought would come at us in a single meeting. I mean, this is a couple of $1 billion worth of solar. Amazing and good, but if done right.
Mr. Best, I haven't noticed if the applicant is here, but I can kind of answer that question for you. The applicant has been actively involved with the Rio project. And as you know, this is a conditional use permit for a utility facility. That's what it is now. And that's what it will remain even as the Rio is passed. It will still be a utility facility. So with conditional use permits, the commission can apply any conditions that they feel are appropriate and consistent with the findings in the comprehensive plan. So I think any condition that the commission finds is appropriate, they can apply to this. I think that would be pretty much anything that is in the Rio, because the Rio, of course, has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan as well. So I don't think we have any issues with that. I will be working with actually Melissa and Jessica, and I will be meeting tomorrow and starting to discuss this so we can kind of work together on this large project, and I can get some help from them so we can make sure that it is consistent with the Rio.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if there are any trips planned or any, if we can get any more information on this, the sooner the better, that would be great. This is impressively large. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. And I haven't scheduled a trip yet. I mean, this all comes up really quickly, but next week is our posting week, so it would be next week at some point, so I can let you know. And I'm not sure if the applicant would be available. This applicant hasn't worked directly with SWICA. They've gotten a lot of they use the services of SWICA for a lot of their documents, but they haven't worked directly with them, so they're not as involved in this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Short. Commissioner Ruggles.
Yeah, just a procedural question here. When does the Board of Supervisors hear the Rio ordinance?
Melissa, can you answer that for us?
Yes, that is scheduled for May 10th.
That's right. Thank you. I completely forgot about it. Sorry to waste your time on that.
No worries. Thank you.
And I guess the point is, Commissioner Ruggles, is that it's not effective until 30 days after.
Right.
Yeah, after they approve it. And it also, honestly, I'm not sure about submittal versus, when ordinances are effective. Either way, it's not going to be affected by then.
Yeah, and then but exactly. And that's why I was asking the question. I just wanted to know what the time frame was, and Commissioner Best's questions are very appropriate with respect to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. This is Chair Ontiveros, and I concur with that. And I do just want to emphasize what Mr. Short, how he has advised this commission, that whether the Rio has been adopted, whether it is applicable when we hear this case, regardless, this commission does have the right to put conditions upon this that we feel are appropriate. So I just want to throw that out there, that whether it has been adopted by the Board of Supervisors or is enacted at the time, we do still have that flexibility to apply appropriate conditions. Mr. Short, I've got a couple of questions for you. Looking at this map, the one that's actually on the screen right now, it looks like it's mostly on private property. Am I correct with that?
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. Unlike some other projects we've had recently, this one is completely on private property. They have acquired easements because you can't really get from one of these sections to the other without being on state trust land. So they have acquired easements on state trust land just to move around the site. But it is.
Okay, that's kind of a great segue, because I'm wondering if there's going to be any underground power lines that are going to need to go through state trust land. I haven't seen the layout of this, but I don't see how we can get away from using state trust land in some respect on this. The other question I have is 12,000 acres is a lot. It's a lot of ground. What is their stormwater management plan for when it rains, when it snows? Because instead of now hitting the ground, that water, we're going to have runoff. What is the plan?
I'm sure we'll be looking at that and how that will work. I mean, you still will have water, obviously, that hits them and it runs off. So there is water that still hits the site. One of the things I understand that they are proposing, or that we may condition, is that the piles, the forms, I guess basically the posts that the solar panels are installed on will be driven into the ground, so they don't have to dig up the ground so much. But that is definitely something we want to look at as we move forward with it. And I think, Melissa, do you have any comments on that based on what's required in the Rio?
I'm sorry, Bob, I was on another call. Could you repeat that question?
Madam Chair has asking about stormwater requirements in terms of the water running off of the solar panels. And is that covered in the Rio?
That was a stormwater plans and drainage plans are a required application element of the Rio. So that would be something that we would want to look for with this as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, and so have you, I know it's required, but have you guys seen the plan? Has county staff seen the plan from the applicant?
I don't remember it being addressed specifically in their narrative. It's a pretty long narrative, but I believe they have touched on that. I'm not sure if there's a detailed plan in there. So that is something we definitely want to look at to make sure that, you know, how that works.
Okay.
What's the best way of doing it? What's the best management practice for that?
Okay. Okay. The other question I have, the Rio does talk about fencing going down to the bottom. You know what I mean? We gave a 6-inch gap on the Babbitt Ranch. And what is their plan for the ground under the solar arrays? How are they looking at prepping that?
At this point, for the fences are proposed at 6 to 8 inches, which is, you know, more than 6. So anything more than 6 would be acceptable. In terms of prepping, we've had discussions. We recently had discussions with SWICA and looking at how we would cover, like, for example, would this need to be revegetated? Or is it going to come back better by itself? You know, just as rain hits the ground and it's not disturbed by cattle so much, for example, is that going to bring up grasses on its own, or is it better if we go in and require all of it to be reseeded? And I think their opinion was that the reseeding doesn't always work in these cases. When desert lands get damaged a great deal, it takes a long time for them to come back. And sometimes, you know, you're wasting that effort. We still haven't determined exactly how that would be conditioned because, you know, whatever works best, that's what we want to do. They did provide an environmental assessment, and interestingly, on some of the pictures in there showed, and I think the commissioners are aware of how it looks in cattle country and grazing country. If you have a water tank, for example, then the cattle pretty much destroy everything around the water tank. And they have that situation here somewhat where the vegetation's totally been denuded. So I think we would look at that and see how much revegetation would be helpful, how much overseeding would be helpful, and how much would not. So that's something we'll look at as well.
Okay, and lastly, I had that backwards. You're right. On the BREC, we gave them, we let them keep it 6 inches above the ground, or excuse me, we let them fence it all the way to the ground. And now we're saying you need to have it 6 inches above. Now, the pushback that we got on that was, well, if it's got to be up, then we're going to have critters getting in there and they're going to be eating the wires and, you know, creating havoc. What is this developer proposing to do to prevent that from happening while allowing a 6-inch gap in the fencing?
Madam Chair, that was one of those issues where I think when staff met with the applicant, you know, we lacked a lot of knowledge about how exactly that would work. And interestingly, a week or two later, I spoke with this applicant, and they were fully willing to leave the 6-inch gap. They didn't have the same concerns as with the DREC project. So I don't know exactly if there's any kind of preparation they have to do, or they just didn't seem to feel like it was such a big problem. So that's one of the things that we have learned in this process. So I'm not sure what the issue with that is.
Yeah, because I think it was Vice Chair Walters that suggested putting the wires in conduit. So I was just curious as to how they were going to deal with the problem that Nextera had with the fencing. So that will be interesting why one developer has an issue with it and another does not. We're certainly learning a lot as we go. Commissioner Best, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One issue that we haven't talked about much is birds related to solar. And so we're looking at a huge amount of real estate here, 12,000 acres. I know that Babbitt Ranch is probably a national, even a world leader in conservation of raptors, but we'll definitely be asking the question of how this much land coverage will affect the golden eagles in that area. It's something I don't remember discussing before just because the scale that we've talked about hasn't been this large. I also wonder, given the questions that we have, so maybe we'd want to get a formal presentation or have our wildlife planner have a formal input from Arizona Game and Fish regarding the eagles. Other members of the commission may have seen the news report that the Nextera parent company was just fined $35 million for eagle takings. So this is likely to, that's a big number even for a big company. And so the eagle issue is likely to be on people's minds, and I'd like to hear what they have to say. Another, we can always do a continuance, but I wonder if the applicant would be open to just coming into a work session, even a special work session. This is such a huge project, and I personally have lots of questions, and not to say we can't do it at a formal meeting, but if they would like to do a work session, a little more informal, ask questions, get answers back, that sort of thing, I'd certainly be open to that. This is by far the biggest project we've ever seen in my 17 years here. So thank you.
Commissioner Best, I was actually expected the applicant to be here at this study session, but I don't see them on the meeting. But they did work a lot, and I'll let Jessica talk about that a little bit, but they worked a lot with the game department on this project. My understanding is, and Jessica can correct me, is that solar panels don't affect birds nearly as much, especially raptors and things like that. They
definitely aren't going to knock raptors out of the sky, but 12,000 acres less real estate that prairie dogs and rabbits can live on. It's just that much less hunting ground. And normally you would say, well, there's lots of real estate out there, but this is a different level of real estate that's going to be covered. So that's why I asked that question.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, I can. This is Jessica Simmons. I can speak to that a little bit. Yeah, it's correct that a solar farm is just not as big of an issue with birds as a wind farm, and the fines that somebody mentioned earlier was for wind farms, not solar farms. And actually, it's possible that solar farms could help avian predators because, especially on this particular project with the gap under the fence, you're going to be able to see medium and small sized animals going in and out of the solar arrays, and that could create an area where birds, raptors can hunt in those areas where mammalian larger predators can't get in. So it'd almost be like a place where prey can concentrate for them, and they're the only ones who can access it. I could talk with the expert on eagles at Game and Fish about this. We didn't really discuss it just because like I said, the solar farms aren't so much of a bird issue, but I definitely see your point, and I can talk with him before the hearing next month and see what he has to say.
Thank you.
I'm glad you said that, not me, Jessica, because I was going to say the same thing, is that they may draw eagles because the small game can get in there away from other mammals.
There are going to be coyotes under that fence.
Yeah, I
Let me
figured they
tell you
would.
that.
Yeah, they would be able to get under that.
Absolutely.
They'll dig holes and get under, right?
This is Chair Ontiveros, and thank you, Ms. Simmons, for that explanation. When I think of this becoming a concentrated hunting ground for raptors, eagles, etc., I'm trying to visualize in my mind, because I've seen eagles fly, I've seen the vultures fly, and they're high up above and they dive to get their prey. How would they do that with such a vast array of solar panels?
Yeah, I'm not saying it would just be this incredible hunting ground for them, because definitely those panels would get in the way. It's just my opinion that this wouldn't be a big threat to them. It's kind of more the point I was going to make, and that it's even possible that it might create some hunting opportunities for them. But no, I don't think it's going to be like fish in a barrel for them at all. Yeah, I agree that the solar panels will definitely inhibit their hunting, but it's possible that it could increase some opportunities for them.
Okay, and so this is still Chair Ontiveros. So I'm thinking about the wildlife here, because you have 12,000 acres of habitat where there are various species that are using this land to survive. What species is going to be the greatest impacted? Because there's the food chain. One species goes, it affects the next species, and so on and so forth. Has anyone thought that far down?
Yeah, definitely. In answer to your question, which animals will be the most affected by this project, the answer is definitely the pronghorn and deer that migrate through this area. And I and the Department of Game and Fish have both worked extensively and very closely with Clenera to come up with the plan that you're looking at on the screen right now. And as what you're looking at, minus, I see, Bob, there's still over to the west in section 30, it's still showing a potential gravel source. That is no longer there. In the latest information we got from them, they said that gravel source would be moved to a location that the county would approve, because Game and Fish wasn't happy with that out there, because they're hoping a lot of the pronghorn would pass around the project to the west where that is. But the Game and Fish is happy, minus the gravel source. They are happy with all the adjustments that Clenera has made, and they think that passage by pronghorn and deer through the project could be maintained with the changes that they've made as we're looking at them right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Simmons. And I just want to note that in your statement right now, you use the words, they hope, we think. Okay, that is concerning to me, because I hope for a lot of things and they don't plan out. And I think about a lot of things. And so I'm wondering, is there anything beyond hope and think that is coming into this? That is there some real scientific information that's going to give me some assurance that the pronghorn antelope and the deer population is not going to be adversely affected by 12,000 acres or a loss of habitat of 12,000 acres?
Yeah, absolutely. Such a good point and such a good question to bring up. And I discussed this with people over at the department quite a bit. And you ask, is there any scientific thing we can fall back on? And the answer in a practical way is no. There is no scientific study that's been carried out that says in this habitat, in this type of migration corridor, like if you look on this graphic we're looking at, it shows quarter-mile and half-mile wildlife corridors, which is what the department asked for, so that the animals can pass between these squares of panels. There's no science that says, from a controlled experiment, half-mile is okay, but a fifth of a mile is not. They're there, and they are the experts. They're the foremost experts of these animals in this state, and they think, based on their professional knowledge and experience with these species, that this will be okay for those animals. But no, in answer to your question about is there scientific proof or evidence, no, there isn't. They're using just their best knowledge and their best, I hate to call it a guess, you know, it's not like they're throwing darts at a wall, but they're, yeah, through their knowledge, they think this should be fine, but no, they don't know 100% for sure that it'll be fine. Not 100%, no.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Simmons. I'm going to go ahead and hold my further comments at this time. I am back to my participant screen. I see 2 hands raised. I don't know which one went up first, so it's showing Vice Chair Walters. Please go ahead, and then Commissioner Best, you'll follow right afterwards.
Thank you. This is Vice Chair Walters. The scope and magnitude of this project of over 12,000 acres is not something that I want to rush. I agree with Commissioner Best's comments on a lot of this. This is going to take some doing. It's going to take some work. There's a lot of questions. I've been involved with some of the critter groups, one of which is one of the major water haulers in the summertime to this area. And you know, we keep a lot of the wildlife supported up there with water. This is a huge impact, and we need to spend some time on this. If we need to have a separate study session or whatever, but I'm not going to jump and approve this just at a go. There's a lot of work has to be done with this. Thank you.
Commissioner Best, please go ahead.
I concur with Vice Chair Walters. You know, when we approved BREC, Babbitt Ranches Energy Center, was in a little bit more the early days of our renewable energy ordinance, and we were pretty loose about it because this was a Babbitt Ranches project and their environmental record was so good. We basically did it on trust. And I don't regret that, but I saw that as a test case. When you do the first one of these, you're going to learn some things. To approve all this at once means you don't have a test case. And you may be making some 12,000 acre mistakes that you would not make if you did, you know, if you approved one section and then learned the lessons and then did other ones. I don't know what the business end of this is. I don't know what the schedule is, but this is just a massive amount of real estate. And for us to get it all right, just kind of guessing how it's going to work out, it makes me feel a bit awkward. So I'll just express that. And like Commissioner Walters, I would love to make this a longer process than just a normal P&Z meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. To Commissioner Best's point about learning from approved projects, an example came up like just in this conversation tonight on BREC. We had a developer that said, no, the fence has to go all the way to the ground. We have another developer coming in and saying, no, 6 inches above is absolutely fine. I'm wondering why, I honestly am wondering what the difference is, why one developer sees it one way and one another. Now, the solar development that we approve with BREC, of course, will not be constructed. By the time this comes before this commission. So we're not going to have an opportunity from that to find out, you know, mistakes made or things done right. I very much concur with first Commissioner Best made it, and then it was brought up by Vice Chair Walters, that this is a huge project. This is not a simple cottage industry massage request going in a neighborhood. This is 12,000 acres of property that is going to potentially be covered. And I've got a lot more questions than I do answers. And I don't believe that there is time tonight to even in the study session to adequately cover some more of my concerns. So Mr. Short, I'm going to ask, well, hold on, let me back up. You mentioned that next week is posting week for this case. I'm looking at my week next week, and I can't do one more thing. I couldn't be there to go out on this, even it's not possible. But I don't think I could not even consider analyzing this case without seeing it personally for myself. So I think what we're hearing is that there is some concern that this may be being rushed going through at the next hearing. What are your thoughts on that? And the other question I have is, what have we gotten back from public input or from the citizen participation? What have we gotten back on that?
Madam Chair, it was a very large meeting with the public. I think we went out 5 miles, so we got a lot of people from Valley. So we had comments all over the place on this particular, and as you would expect, we've gotten quite a bit. I will say, to speak to the point that you've made about possibly delaying this case, I think that might be something that we could work out. I could talk to the applicant about that. I did get I will say I got an email from him last week when he indicated that he might be willing to delay the case. He wanted to give you details. He wanted Billy Cardasco to be there if it was in person, and Billy Cardasco's out of town. So I think they might be very willing to maybe delay it. It would also give staff an extra month to look at it and make sure that we do have everything together for this case. And I can also talk to him about possibly doing a work session with the commission. Would the commission be okay if that was at a different time than the normal work session, or would you prefer to have it at the normal work session time? Maybe at the end of this month, at the end of May.
Okay, Mr. Short, I do want the other commissioners to give their feedback on this. I think that it would be better to have the work session well ahead of the hearing.
Right.
Not just a here you go, here's your presentation, and then move directly into the hearing.
No,
I think we need time to process it.
No, Madam Chair, I was speaking of maybe delaying the case for a month and having it heard at the June hearing, June 29th. So at the May work session, we could talk about it, or at another time if you wanted more time to talk with the applicant about it.
Okay, I think I want to see what the other commissioners, what their feedback is on this. And thank you for that. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Short, on that. Okay, Vice Chair Walters, your hand is raised. What are your thoughts?
I think that we should have a separate session on it. I agree with you. Could you hear me?
Commissioner Best, you're muted, but your hand's up. Okay, we heard you, Commissioner Walters.
Okay.
And now Commissioner Best is talking. Yeah.
Refresh my memory. Have we approved one of these, because it is the one we approved that we called Breck? Is one of these sections Breck?
No, Commissioner Best, we did approve, or the commission, excuse me, did approve approximately a section of solar panels as part of the Breck case. But okay. That's it.
And any progress on either? So here's the point I'm getting at. I would love to see this go a little slower. So, as several of us have said, we'd love to learn the lesson so we don't make mistakes on a massive scale. If they wanted to push forward one of these sections, I would do it tomorrow. And try to get it out the door and get it built and see how it works. And then I'd be a lot more enthusiastic about doing 11 more. So that might be an option as well. Of course, I don't know their financial situation. They may be trying to finance this all at once and need the approval for that reason. But I think several of us are on the same page. This is a great big bite. If we could take a smaller bite, if we could see, for instance, BREC approved, BREC, which is approved and built out. If there's any way they could take a smaller bite, I would be for putting it through very quickly. Otherwise, I would like to slow down the process, as several of us have mentioned, and make sure that we learn from mistakes if we can. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. And Commissioner Ruggles, I saw your hand raised. Now I don't see it, but I want to come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. We had something going on out here in the shop that created a noise level that prevented me from saying anything. So I just wanted to say I concur with Commissioner Walters on a separate session dealing with this, as well as giving full consideration to Commissioner Best's suggestion also.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Mr. Short, I'm not sure we've answered your question completely, because I believe now you were asking if we wanted to have the presentation at like the study session of our next regular hearing in May. Was that what you were suggesting?
Madam Chair, I was indicating either then or maybe a different time. If we would, I think the commission may want more time to speak to, talk to the applicant and have questions answered than that. So the other possibility would be a different time than that, a kind of an off-schedule study session. And I also wanted to kind of address some of the questions that came up. Staff is under an obligation when we have a complete application and we determine that it is complete, and we have done that. As I looked at the application, it was complete, so I did determine it's complete. And at that point, we are required to put the applicant on a schedule and move the case forward. We have 60 days to determine if it's complete, but at that time, we have to let the applicant know if there are any deficiencies. We did that. It has moved forward on the timeline as it is required to be done statutorily. Looking at the narrative and the timetable for construction of the project, I don't think it would be appropriate to ask the applicant to just complete one section. I'm not sure how long Commissioner Best was suggesting that it be delayed, but I think they do have a schedule. They do have, people who are financing the project, investors, and so I wouldn't see that as being something that would be, possible. But I do see possibly a delay of a month, possibly more. I can contact the applicant tomorrow and talk about that with them. So I think that would be the best way to move forward. We just don't really have the authority to delay a project once it is a complete project, once the application is complete.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Short, for that explanation. That is helpful. I do also agree that if we were to have a completely separate work session, that's what I'll call it, without being constrained to a public hearing coming right on the heels of that, I think that would be better, because I think if we were to start this workshop at, let's say, 4 o'clock, in the May hearing, I don't know that hour and a half that the commissioners would feel like all of their questions and concerns have been adequately addressed. So I don't necessarily want to put a time constraint on it like that. I feel like a separate meeting would be better. And maybe what we could do is what we've done in the past is send out that poll and see what works best for the commissioners and their schedules, and then try and put it together from that. Now, you did indicate that the applicant did seem to be willing to delay for 30 days, you know, if need be. So I personally would like to have you move forward in that. Are there any, what I'm going to do is, are there any commissioners present that are not comfortable going forward with the way that we have discussed? If so, can you please raise your hand? Okay, Mr. Short, I'm not seeing any of the hands raised. So can you please proceed? And I do understand though, clearly, like you're going to have to go and post you're going to have to do all of the necessary statutory things. But I would appreciate it if you could reach out to the applicant and set a time and a space so that we can work with this on a better manner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I can do is I can suggest, if this is agreeable, a 30-day delay in the project, so it wouldn't be noticed next week. You know, if the applicant agrees to that, then we can have the delay. Looking at a tentative schedule for June 29th for the hearing, and in between now and then, we can look at having a study session where the applicant can answer questions the commission might have. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, I think that you have stated it well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. The next, go ahead and proceed to the next study session case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next case is assigned to Zach Schwartz. It is actually Shadow Mountain Village Phase 2. So the applicant for Shadow Mountain Village Phase 1, let me go ahead and stop sharing here, has purchased 2 lots next to that, and has and is proposing a new case. And I think Zach has a PowerPoint ready. He can explain this to you.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Zach Schwartz with Planning and Zoning staff. Let me know if you can't hear me or if you can't see any of my slides. My internet's been kind of on and off. But basically, this case, or it's actually a number of cases, is for Shadow Mountain Village Phase 2, just to the east of Phase 1. And also I'll discuss a commercial component of the project, but we're here in Belmont. Here's the pilot. So we're just east of the pilot here, and the actual subdivision itself that's being proposed is just east of Phase 1. So this is several different types of cases, all to be heard at once. So it'll be a zone change. Currently the zone for the property, it's in a planned community zone, as is all of Belmont. But specifically, these portions here are in the heavy commercial zone, and the applicant is looking to change the zone to modified RM20A standards. So that's multifamily 20 units per acre standards, to allow a townhome development very similar to Shadow Mountain Village Phase 1. It also includes the subdivision case for splitting out into 84 different lots for the townhomes, and a design review overlay for the aesthetic of the townhomes, the lighting, landscaping, site placement, all that sort of thing. And because the Belmont area plan and the regional plan call out this area to be commercial, it's not something, or I guess the applicant would also need to look at submitting for an amendment of those area plans, the regional plan and the area plan, if they didn't include a commercial aspect to it. So that's why we'll also be looking at design review overlay for a commercial aspect to the project, which is west of the Shadow Mountain Village Phase 1, and kind of just right along the new entranceway to Pilot. I see that we have Vice Chair Don Walters has raised his hand. Did you have a question?
I do. I'm very concerned about the traffic impact in that commercial area. I wanted to know how the new roundabout worked out. I don't see that indicated here on the drawing. But I think that it needs to be at least a traffic analysis, if not a traffic study done for this thing, for me to look at it.
Right, Vice Chair Walters, appreciate that. So definitely that's a top concern as far as the traffic and how it interacts with the roundabout. There's been a study done by Burgess and Nyepel that includes these different projects within it, is my understanding. And that's something that was, I guess, commissioned by our Public Works Department. And there are some concerns about some of the traffic related to it, but we had a technical review committee where I think due to the tunnel fire, many of our public works staff weren't able to attend that meeting, but we've set a second meeting specifically about that issue for tomorrow, actually. So certainly we'll be working out all of the traffic issues. That's something that has been discussed amongst staff where maybe we're not ready at this point. We might have to push it off to further meetings. But I do think that Public Works, and recently talking to the applicant, has had a little bit more discussion where we probably will be able to go forward, at least to the commission hearing at the end of May here. So I guess long story short is it's definitely something that's being looked at by Public Works staff and contracted staff from Public Works just for that particular issue. So it will be sorted as we move forward.
I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So moving on, so it's the zone change, subdivision, and design review overlay for the subdivision and the townhomes, and then the applicant, in order to have a commercial mixed use, which is allowed in an activity center in Belmont, has also included some plans for just solely design review for the commercial aspect of the project. It's actually already in a heavy commercial zone, so the uses would be allowed by right. It just needs the design review overlay approval from the commission. So I know it's probably pretty hard to read here, but I have the plat of the subdivision. Now there are several different pages to the plat that have different information, but just for the study session, I thought I would show the basic plat of the 84 lots. Down here is Shadow Mountain Drive. And over here would be Shadow Mountain Village Phase 1, up to the north and to the east. That's Forest Service. So we have these lots, we have the open space. We also have 8-foot foots trail easement that wraps around. I think I accidentally cut it off here, but on the northern side and on the eastern side. So those are all portions of the plat. The design of the buildings themselves, these are townhomes. I think they're 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, just like the phase 1. Here we have the elevations that show the colors, and you can see somewhat the materials. They're consistent for the most part with the Belmont Area Plan Design Review concept guidelines. Staff was looking at, I guess the first phase was approved prior to the design review guidelines being in place, but much of the development meets the criteria in any case. Staff was looking at this particular design where we're not sure if maybe or not the colors of this are consistent completely with the earth tone concepts, but that'll be something that the commission can decide through the DRO case, whether or not this particular design for units is consistent with that. But overall, very good looking elevations, and the colors and materials for the most part really match what the area plan is looking for. Here's a site plan, so I'll apologize. It's somewhat of a preliminary site plan, or maybe just hard to read here, but here is the commercial piece. So this is the roundabout This is where it goes up to the back of Pilot for the entrance for trucks. And here is where the applicant is proposing for the design review overlay, the commercial area. It includes, I think the anchor is a coffee shop that actually has a drive-through around it. And then there would be some spaces here for other retail. I suppose they would lease it out to other retail. And here's the elevation drawings. I apologize for the size. You might not be able to see it well, but I think the applicant did a really good job with these plans. You can see that the roofs, the pitches, and the heights all sort of bring a new smaller scale to the development rather than just one large, lithic type of front to it. So it's got all the different types of materials that the area plan looks for, like brick patterns and fake wood patterns and board and batten sort of materials. So this seems to meet the design review overlay pretty well. So we have that. I didn't include in this PowerPoint. I did get some preliminary landscape plans and some preliminary lighting, which it looks like might work, but I think the applicant was discussing that the right-of-way for the roundabout actually ends, I think, about here. And so there's not a whole lot of space for them to play with. So we'll be looking at different solutions on how to meet the landscaping requirements and make it look like a really nice development. But overall, I think the applicant has done a pretty good job with all the different plans. And I think that the townhomes will pretty much just match what's there for Shadow Mountain Village Phase 1. And in my opinion, I think it's a pretty good looking development. So with that, the applicant, I think, is with us if you have any questions for the applicant, but I'm happy to hear any comments or questions for me to research as we go forward with the analysis of this case.
Mr. Schwartz, I'm not seeing any hands raised or anyone unmuted. So I'm thinking there are no questions from the commissioners at this time.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And with that, Mr. Short, would you continue on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I did miss one case on the study session agenda, and that is the auto camp case, which is coming back from a continuance. So on May 25th. I did speak with the applicant last week, and there are quite a few issues to work out with this, with obtaining the legal access from the National Forest. So it would appear that the applicant would want another continuance at that time, possibly to another day certain. I had recommended maybe a continuance that would carry over and not be to a day certain, but he indicated he might want to continue it for another 3 months or so.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Okay, and then we have 2 administrative renewal cases coming up, and they are things that I think you've seen before. One of them, I'll just mention them briefly. One of them is a game meat processing CUP out in Donny Park, and the other one is the self-storage up off Copeland, which will probably provide with a perpetual CUP if everything looks good on that site. And with that, we still have not made any more progress on working to find a new assistant director planning manager, just because of the lack of qualified candidates. The county remains, actually, as I guess it moved to phase 2 operations, we are having open meetings. Like I said before, things have not changed since then, but we do have, we aren't required to wear a mask at the office. We still are determining when live meetings may resume. I don't think.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, yes, Jay.
Hey, guys. Good evening, commissioners. This is Jay Crystalman. I do have some news on that. So last week, I presented our FY23 budget proposal to finance team in the manager's office, and they notified us then that department heads and business managers will be presenting our budget proposals in person. That starts next week, to the board and the finance team and the manager's office, with the rest of the public participating hybrid. So there's some level of moving towards hybrid meetings, but they have not indicated when board meetings would be hybrid. So still working on that.
Mr. Christman, could I ask, I realize that they're still working on doing that. Can you tell us like why some meetings are in person and some are not?
Well, the board meetings, none have been in person. This will be the first attempt at a hybrid meeting. So when Bob was referring to in-person meetings, that like we're having meetings at the office with folks, and we had an open house for the Donny Park area plan. That was in person. But as far as board meetings, there have been none hybrid yet.
Oh, okay. And do we know why? Do you know?
Honestly,
why?
I don't. It was technology until a few weeks ago. They had some redistricting meeting at the board chambers. That was the first hybrid meeting that was held, and that was fairly recently. So I don't know. I don't want to be the creator of any rumors. I don't know if maybe they were still tweaking the technology. But yeah, this is our first notification of a hybrid meeting with our elected officials.
Oh, okay. So are they not going to, and this may be a better question for someone else, but since you're here, I'll go ahead and ask it.
Sure.
Are they thinking that they're not going to have in-person meetings until all of the technology, until they're able to be held in a hybrid fashion?
I don't know, Madam Chair. It's a good question. I'm sure that once they have in-person meetings available, there'll always be hybrid moving forward. The county invested a lot of money in the chambers to ensure that would happen. So
right.
Yeah, there'll be hybrid opportunities forever, but I just don't know when the in-person are going to start.
Okay. So I've got another question for you. Anyone that has watched state news, we saw on there an in-person hearing for residents that were affected by the tunnel fire. And our representatives were all there in a public hearing, public setting, open meeting. It was like a real meeting again. Was that county organized or was that Forest Service organized? Who organized that in-person meeting? Can you tell me?
I think it was a joint effort between the Forest Service and the county.
Okay, so I guess then the question is because I'm sitting here in front of a computer tonight, having a meeting, but yet I watched on television a public meeting being held. And so I think there's quite a contrast here, and something just isn't ringing true with me. So I'm just thinking if we can have public meetings, we can have public meetings. And I guess the question is why are some meetings being held in public and others are not? Because I'm seeing it on TV, but I'm in front of my screen now.
Yeah, I see the dichotomy.
You may not have the answer, but people are seeing this, Mr. Christleman. People are seeing this. It's not just me.
Sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Ruggles, I see your hand raised.
Yeah. Considering the fact that I was supposed to evacuate, I think I can give you a little bit of insight into the meeting we're taking a look at. The reason why that occurred in the manner it did is because a tremendous number of people there were evacuees. And a lot of people who live up here did not have access to computers, internet. We had no electricity. Those folks were out in a matter of minutes in some instances. So the best that could be done for everybody was to have an in-person meeting, and that was the what got as many people there as possible that way, because of the problems that the fire and the evacuation created. It was a bit of an anomaly in that respect, but it was necessary.
Right, and thank you for that, Commissioner Ruggles. I guess the underlying point that I'm trying to make here is that if that public meeting was able to be held, I don't think there's the public health emergency that has been the reason given for us not being able to have public hearings.
I won't discuss that one way or the other. You were probably right, but in this instance, I know what it looked like, and I know why it was necessary. And I will comment that I could not be there for the simple reason that if I was, I would not have been able to get back past the evacuation zone that had been defined. So beyond the insight I've given you and everyone else, that's about it.
Okay, and thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. And I think I can speak on behalf of everyone. We're really, really glad that you're safe. So good you're here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next topic is the Donny Park Timberland Fernwood Area Plan. I'll let Melissa go ahead and update you on that.
Thanks, Bob, Chair Taveros, Commissioners. So to follow up on the segue discussion from the tunnel fire, we did put a pause on a slight pause on our meeting schedule with the committee. We were scheduled to have a meeting with them actually tomorrow to go over the comments that were received during the April 7th in-person open house. So we spoke with the chairs of the committee, and we have rescheduled that meeting it will be on Thursday, May 12th. So convening the committee together to review the comments from the open house. And I will just give you a bit of a preview. I think we have about 50 comments from the between online as well as email and other form of comments submitted. So we'll be going through those and organizing those for the committee to review. Depending on any necessary revisions, we do have a draft document that there is some information that we need to complete in that draft document. We may stay on the study session agenda on your study session agenda for May 25th, but that may be tentative depending on how the committee sees the comments and needing to work through any revisions. So it's a possibility that you'll still see the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan on your study session agenda for May 25th, but we'll need to wait and see until we get past next month's meeting. But we are moving forward on putting that document together for your review.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. I bet you're up on the Brownfield one next, aren't you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you. So the Brownfield Grant is still available, and there are still funds. If anyone has any contacts or knows of any property owners that would like a free assessment done on properties in the county, mostly commercial buildings, although we have learned since that schools are also eligible to tap into those resources. So again, it's an environmental analysis to determine any sort of lead-based paint, asbestos, or any other contaminants like that may impact any kind of renovations or expansions or remodels going forward. It can be a real benefit to a property owner that has suspected material contaminations, and gives them a real idea of what they're dealing with. So just continuing to put that out there in case there are any interested property owners. The NACOG, Northern Arizona Council of Government, is actually hosting the application site for that, but I can also direct anyone who needs information as far as where to go.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. And I bet you're up on the next one too, aren't you? On our study session?
I don't have the agenda open. Could you tell me which
Oh.
one?
Yeah, it is. Staff is working with the city of Flagstaff on an update process for the Flagstaff Regional Plan. Please contact Melissa Shaw if you have questions. That's why I'm thinking you're going to be up on this.
Thank you. That is me. And as we just concluded the Joint Planning Commission study session to do the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis, we are moving forward, as you know, from just hearing the presentation. I will give you a bit of a preview. We do have a work session scheduled with the Board of Supervisors on June 7th to give a fairly detailed update on the regional plan and also some decision points that will be coming up in terms of, as Sarah mentioned earlier, the strategies going forward to develop that collaborative process and how that will actually look, and actually some potential funding requests. So that's something that we can certainly, if anyone's interested, provide you more information with what will be presented to the board on June 7th, which, by the way, is also the date that we'll be giving the board a work session preview of the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plans. So we were able to reserve some time with them for both of those updates.
Okay, thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Or Ms. Shaw. Okay, Mr. Short, go ahead with the Board of Supervisors update, although it looks like there's nothing there.
Madam Chair, I don't believe there is. Jay, do you have anything on the Board of Supervisors update?
Oh, just with what Melissa was saying, on the 10th of May, we've got floodplain ordinance revisions going. All the items that the commission approved last month, the amendment for the Rio, and then the Schweigert, I think that's how you pronounce it, zone change down in Forest Lakes. Those are going to go May 10th to the board.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks,
Sorry. Sure.
No, thanks, Mr. Chrisselman.
You got it.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Short. I think we're headed to commission and staff roundtable now.
That is it. If the commission has any items they would like to discuss.
Okay, I see Commissioner Ruggles' hand raised.
Yeah, just a couple of brief comments relative to the tunnel fire. As you probably guessed, I did not evacuate, but it took a very thorough analysis of the situation to do that. I've got to commend the sheriff's office for the way they handled everything. They did a remarkable job. I did send out to Commissioner Walters a brief update on what we dealt with here. And I will tell you that 4 of my immediate neighbors lost their homes in the process. That's just places I can see from the house here. The fire came within 60 feet of our northwest corner of the property and 125 yards from the house. So I'll tell you how I summed it up to Commissioner Walters. We were ready to go out of here by noon. And it was a matter of having very little loaded in the vehicles. The way I summed it up was in the pickup truck, we had guns, ammo, the cat, and documents, and that was it. And it took 30 seconds to make a decision to stay or leave, period.
Commissioner Ruggles, thank you for sharing that. I know that when we had the fire last year, where I was at, that was the one south of Flagstaff. I was in a set position. So you've got ready, set, go. And even being in the set position is very unsettling. I honestly cannot even imagine the decisions that you and your wife, and of course your cats, I love cats, so thank you for considering them. All of that had to be made in such a short period of time. And again, I am so thankful that you are well and in your home and that your home stands. And I am so very sorry for the neighbors, actually all of the people that have lost their homes and everything that they have. I have watched the coverage on this, and it is simply heartbreaking to see what members of our Coconino County community have not only gone through, but are going through and will continue to go through. My heart goes out to all of them.
Yeah, and I will have to say that even with the situation as it is, I learned a long time ago that panic is not a part of the way you deal with it. However, that does not alleviate the stress involved with it. I have to tell you, I've probably been in worse situations than that, but this is pretty close to the top of the list.
Yeah, I'm sure that it is. So glad that you're okay. And Mr. Krisselman, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair and Commissioners and Commissioner Ruggle. Yeah, glad everything is fine with you and your wife and the cats and the ammunition and the guns. That said, the board did approve a proclamation yesterday at late afternoon, approving the department to expedite rebuild permits with no fees, and again prioritize those permits, and also waive the requirement for a TUP for to live in an RV while on that property while the reconstruction takes place. So we've already had numerous calls about people wanting to start the reconstruction process right away. Finding a contractor and getting materials in a timely fashion might be a bit of an obstacle, but at least they'll be able to occupy RVs on their properties.
Well, very good. There are a few people that I will be able to inform about that because I'm sure there is a certain amount of curiosity and about how things are going to proceed in that respect. So I know a few people I can update on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Ruggles. It'd be great if you could help spread the word. It was just late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Krisselman, and thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Ms. Shaw, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair and Tavares and Commissioners. I did want to give everybody an update regarding the Renewable Energy Ordinance. And as we're preparing to all the documents for the Board of Supervisors, we did receive today formal comments from the Navajo Nation on that document. So I'll be sharing that with the Board of Supervisors, and that's something that we have been anticipating. So it's certainly we can share that if anybody would like to see that document.
Ms. Shaw, would it be possible for you to give us the condensed version of their comments?
Sure.
At this time?
I think that's appropriate. And my take on that is just from a quick read, because it actually came in just in the last hour and I scanned over it, but that they would like to see inserted some language into that document regarding formal consultation. So with the Navajo Nation. So there are quite a few more details than that, but that's something that, again, just scanning over the essence of the comments, it is something that is fairly clear that the nation would want to have formal consultation for these projects, as well as shared information such as visual simulations, digital site plans, things like that. So I don't quite have my head around the entirety of it, but I think that it's something that will be certainly require some conversation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw. Vice Chair Walters.
Thank you. I did want to see what the Navajo Nation had to say, so I'd like to have that. But I also saw that there's a Jen Smith that had her hand raised for a long time. I hate to close out this session without addressing what her question may have been. I know that it probably wasn't timed perfectly, but I'd like to help her out.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Walters. This is actually Darren Smith. I'm on my wife's phone, Jennifer Smith. It was in regards to the Shadow Mountain Village Phase 2 project that came up when you had talked about the TIA report. I just wanted to comment that the county has the TIA report that included the 2 commercial parcels that we're referring to, and we do have a TIS on the Phase 2. So I was just looking at making that comment and making sure that you guys were aware that that stuff was already available.
Thank you for that. That is very appropriate, and I'll be looking for that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you both for that. And the last thing that I would like to bring up, and I think this is actually, it goes to Ms. Simmons. At the meeting that we had last month regarding the the renewable energy ordinance, it was brought up in there that if there became awareness that a species, something was going very wrong, that other agencies could step in and help out with, with mitigating that. We don't have time tonight to cover that, but what I'm wondering is when we have, and Mr. Short, I'm asking if you feel this is appropriate, but when we have the meeting, the workshop with the applicant for the 12,000 acre solar array, if it would be possible to have someone explain the process of how that would work. So we have a situation where a species is being adversely affected. It's out of the hands basically of Coconino County. What triggers set up, who moves in, how that process works, and what the timeline is for that. Does that make sense?
Do you want me to try and answer that right now? I can give a short version.
Yeah, I would love to hear that.
So that would be a pretty extreme scenario. If a species is declining, then it can be proposed for listing under the Endangered Species Act. And then from there, it goes through the process of the Fish and Wildlife Service deciding whether it can be listed, it's warranted for listing as endangered or threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And that can take a very long time. So that would be a pretty extreme scenario. And it would not be specific to any particular project. Most likely it would be probably over its entire range. You know what I'm saying? Like we were talking about it before in relation to probably more specific renewable energy projects in Coconino County, and probably just one or even all of them in Coconino County wouldn't cause a species to be listed most likely, but things that are impacts that are happening to that species over its entire range. So when we were talking about that before, you had asked about extreme, catastrophic scenarios, and that would be extreme and catastrophic. So
right.
Yeah, does that
so
help?
In an extreme and catastrophic situation, it's going to take a long time before any help could be given to that species.
Usually species don't decline so precipitously that that would be a problem. There is such a thing as an emergency listing. I was just reading about a case like that where there is a frog that lives in one hot springs in Nevada, and some developer wants to develop there. And in that case, that frog became emergency listed under the Endangered Species Act in order to protect it, because it only occurs in that one area, if that example helps you.
Okay. Like I said, no, I appreciate Ms. Simmons very much, the kind of that quick answer. I think that we're going to have to kind of wind this down, and I can get with you, you know what I mean, even give you a call and go over that. But thank you for that. And I think that's probably all we're going to be able to talk about tonight. But I do see Mr. Best's hand, Commissioner Best's hand raised, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just somewhat of a response to what Ms. Simmons just said. I'm going to be talking to Supervisor Horstman and try and get a Arizona Game and Fish listed with the expert qualified experts who will review projects in the renewable energy ordinance. I kind of failed in the last meeting to get those words out of my mouth. We had a considerable discussion about qualified experts. But that could be conceivably a group of experts paid for by the owner of the project. And the way that we solved the problem of who's in charge at Chevron Butte was listing Arizona Game and Fish. We didn't get that into the Rio, but I plan to talk to Supervisor Horstman about it and get it in there.
Okay.
Obviously, Arizona Game and Fish is the expert when it comes to animals in Arizona, and they can link to federal authorities as need be. But they should certainly be part of any monitoring process, and I'll try to get that done. And if anybody else is chatting with their supervisor about it, you might mention that. I'll try to get it, and I may even testify before the board on the 10th to try to get that in there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bowles, because I know that all of us are like-minded in that. So thank you for your time and energy in your willingness to do that. Thank you so much. Okay, my clock shows 5:26. Why don't we take a 4-minute break, and we will start the public hearing promptly at 5:30.
No, go clean. I saw a smile. I want to get.
Now we're out where.
Okay, Mr. Short, this is Chair Antiveros. Just checking with you to see if you're ready to go.
Madam Chair, I am ready.
All righty. Okay, it is 5:30, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm going to read the meeting rules and procedures before we begin. Welcome to the April 27th meeting of the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission. Cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda. Following the staff presentation, the applicant and/or the applicant's representative may address the commission. As an applicant, if you agree with the staff report and have no additional information, please feel free to keep your comments brief. Any relevant comments are welcome. Following the applicant's presentation, I will make a call to the public. If you wish to address this case, please state your name and address. We ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be relevant to the case. Please address all comments to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about the case, all comments must be polite and courteous. After all interested public have spoken, the public comment portion will be closed. Discussion will then take place amongst commissioners. Decisions of this commission regarding any zone change or preliminary subdivision plat approval are referred to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation. All other case decisions are binding unless appealed to the Board of Supervisors. If you disagree with the commission's decision, you have 15 days to appeal. Please contact staff at the Community Development Office for appeal procedures. Due to the virtual nature of this meeting, I will be doing a roll call vote of the commissioners to ensure accuracy for the record. Please mute your speakers and turn off your camera. And thank you for joining us this evening and actively participating in our county planning. The first item on the agenda this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Short, would you please lead us in that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Short. The second item on the agenda this evening is approval of the March 30th, 2022 minutes. If there are no changes or modifications, let's go ahead and move to a motion in a second, please.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Best. I move that we approve the minutes from the meeting in March. Was that March 27th?
It was March 30th.
30th. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Best and a second by Commissioner Clifford to approve the March 30th, 2022 meetings. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Walters.
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford.
Aye.
Commissioner Best.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
This is Chair Antiveros, and I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The only meeting for the public hearing tonight is case number ZC 22-044. Mr. Short, I believe this is your case. If you could please present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me get my PowerPoint up and I will begin. Thank you, Madam Chair. This case is the Windmill Ranch zone change, ZC 22004. In this case, the applicant or the property owner is Windmill Ranch Resort LLC of Tempe. The applicant is Bruce Lentz of Green Valley, Arizona, or Lutz, excuse me. The existing zoning is general. The proposed zoning is resort commercial, and the parcel size is 61.98 acres. The request is a zone change to RC Resort Commercial with approval of master development plan for the development of a resort. This includes 70 casita lots, and these would include a cabin and an RV parking space, and 161 resort residences, which would include a cabin only. All of the sites on this property would be sold fee simple for the structures. They would buy the structures and have long-term leases for the land below the structures. It also includes a clubhouse, a laundry, shower facilities, parks, trails, and water features. This is the vicinity map showing the subject property. It is about 5 miles north of Munds Park and about the same south of Kachina Village. And this is the aerial photo of the subject property. You can see it is basically a meadow. It's been used for ranching over the years. It still has several ranching buildings on the property. Here's some background on this zone change. The previous zone change on this property in 2021 was recommended for approval by the commission, but later denied by the Board of Supervisors. When a zone change is denied, the applicant may resubmit for substantially a similar zone change within less than a year from the date of denial, if it is shown to be substantially changed. So somewhat like the other one, but substantially changed. In this case, the director determined that a 20% decrease in a reduction in density would be considered a substantially different zone change. So they were allowed to submit their application a little bit early. In this case, the applicant has proposed a 22.5% reduction in density, and that is basic reduction. The previous case was 151 RV sites, changed to 70 casita sites. Previously, it was 147 cabins that was changed to 161 resort residences. And this is a photograph of the subject property. You're looking to the south across the basic meadow here, and also part of this, probably the part in the foreground here would be part of what would be in the floodplain. And this is further up into the property, also looking south, so you can see more of the meadow there. This is the current master development plan that is being proposed. It would include the 70 casita sites in the middle right here, and then it would be the resort residences would be on each side like this. These are two existing ponds on the property. So the applicant is proposing to enhance the ponds, run a stream between them, and then they would stock the ponds with fish and basically enhance the water feature here. They would retain a lot of the meadow up here, and they're calling that a meadow conservation area. So there is quite a bit of open space on this property. I believe the total is about 65%. Over here, you see this is the area where they would have their wastewater system or their wastewater plant, their water plant, and also their electric facilities. There are trails throughout the property, as you can see in brown, and I believe there are 3 locations where those trails connect to the forest. This is the phasing plan for the property. And this is the landscape plan. The applicant is basically wanting to retain the existing trees with some thinning to provide for fire safety. They are proposing native deciduous trees, native conifer trees, and also native grasses for the meadow. This is the lighting plan. If you look at the larger asterisks throughout the property, both blue and red, those would be 16-foot high poles. You can see some at strategic locations around at corners on the streets. And then you can see a couple of those at the clubhouse and one over here at the utility facility. And then there are smaller lights around the property. All of these are dark sky compliant. So some would be along the trails and at strategic places around the site. This is what a casita lot would look like. This is actually two of them side by side. So you can see the access road, and then they would each include a pad for an RV, parking spot for an RV, and also the casitas or the small cabins. And this is a rendition of the cabins with some elevations to show what the cabins would look like. And this is the layout for the resort residences. So you can see there's the residence here, a garage, and a porch on the back. In terms of site access, the applicant is proposing to access the site from basically you would get off the interstate at Newman Park exit and drive about half a mile down Forest Road 772 to get to the site. The applicant has proposed to pave the road, and that would be to Forest Service standards. They'd have to work with the Forest Service. They have been working with the Forest Service to pave it to their standards. Pavement would also be included throughout the site. In terms of utilities, they are proposing wells to provide water and fire protection. They would provide wastewater services through sewer lines and a wastewater treatment system. And the wastewater would also be treated to a level to allow for use in the ponds, the stream, and for landscape irrigation. For fire safety, they have worked with Pinewood Fire District, and I believe they had annexed into the district or obtained fire service from Pinewood Fire. There is a section of Pinewood Fire District right at the Newman Park exit already, so they could annex into there. The Forest Service does have plans to thin the forest on 3 sides of the site, and that would make it much more protected from forest fires, which is something we're all concerned about right now. There is also an emergency access that would be provided by Forest Road 772. Forest Road 772 comes off of the Newman Park exit, goes down along the frontage of the subject property, and about 1.3 miles to the south, it connects back to the Willow Springs exit. So that road would be updated and used as an emergency access for this development. In terms of wildlife, the ponds, as I said, they are proposed to be enhanced, stocked with fish for fishing, and importantly, remain accessible to wildlife. Those are very important sources of water for wildlife. The stream would be separated from the floodplain, and that would prevent fish from washing downstream and threatening federally listed fish in Oak Creek. So the water that comes off of this site eventually flows north and then down a canyon and eventually ends up in Oak Creek. So this is the way of keeping the fish that are stocked in the ponds from the floodplain and washing down into Oak Creek. The existing fence on the property would be converted to wildlife fencing as well. This is a picture of one of the ponds on the property. This is the one on the north side. In terms of citizen participation, neighbors within 1 mile of the subject property are notified of the project and invited to comment in lieu of a neighborhood meeting. They had already had quite a bit of contact with local neighbors, and staff did not see a reason to have another neighborhood meeting. Staff has received 6 comments on this project, 1 in support and 5 opposed to the zone change. And actually, I apologize, you should have received 2 additional comments today. And these are some of the citizen concerns. Some of these are very long comments, and I tried to break them down into the essentials. They included impacts to wildlife, floodplains, meadows, open space, scenery, water, and air quality, and damage to the fragile ecosystem. They included increased tourism that would bring low-paying substandard jobs to the area, that would increase housing costs, cause traffic congestion, damage to the forest, litter, crime, and cause the need for more law and forest service officers. Another concern was visual impacts of the development and impacts related to increased OHV use, off-highway vehicle use. And this is some staff analysis. This project is obviously on Interstate 17, and that is a gateway to the Flagstaff area. If you look at the comprehensive plan policies and actually the text in the comprehensive plan as well, it does discourage industrial development at gateways, but it doesn't discourage well-designed commercial developments. The comprehensive plan specifically points out well-designed commercial developments as something that would be appropriate in gateways. The applicant has also agreed to remove 2 legal non-conforming billboards, and that's consistent with comprehensive plan policies. That has been a long-term policy of the county to remove billboards where possible. Billboards are no longer allowed. New billboards are not allowed in the county, and comprehensive plan addresses removing ones that are there where possible. This is a picture of the property. You can see I-17 to the left, and note that there is a lot of traffic coming up I-17. This property is very visible. Property to the right is very visible to I-17 in this gateway to Flagstaff. And this is one of the billboards on the property. So this is staff analysis based on the floodplain. The comprehensive plan policies do address protection of floodplains and groundwater. I have listed several of the policies from the comprehensive plan in the staff report, and there are some that specifically address this. What the applicant proposes to do in this case is to move the floodplain away from areas proposed for the development. So it would be moved to the west side of the development along that frontage with I-17 and away from where the development is proposed. This would not alter upstream and downstream drainage patterns. The water would come into the property the same way it does now and also leave the property in the same manner that it does now. Engineering permits would also be required that would regulate the quality of the water, because this water ultimately drains into Oak Creek. So it's very important that the quality of the water going off the site is good quality and meets standards. This is a map showing the FEMA floodplain. I think anyone who has lived here for a while has noted that there is water standing on this property in the springtime. When I went by in the middle of March, there was water standing here. This is not a delineated floodplain. Elevations have not been established. It is in some ways like FEMA's best guess as to where the floodplain would be. So the applicant would be required to delineate it and determine exactly where it is. And then they would have to go through the process to move the floodplain, the FEMA process. And this is the road that crosses from the forest road into the subject property. In this area, it looks like the culverts are draining out onto this area, but actually the water fills up and drains into the culverts and then north down a canyon and into Oak Creek. These are the findings for a zone change. Staff has addressed them in the staff report. If commission can ask any questions about that, discuss that if you would like. And with that, if the commission can make the findings, staff recommends that the commission forwards a recommendation of approval of ZC 22004 to the Board of Supervisors with the proposed conditions. And at that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
Okay, this is Chair Ontiveros. Commissioner Best, I see you unmuted. Please go ahead.
Isn't it Willard Springs Road, not Willow Springs?
You may be correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Best.
Okay, are there any other questions by the commissioners for staff at this time? I am not seeing any, so I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative can address the commission this evening. And before addressing, I would like to ask the applicant if they have received the staff report, if they have read it, if they agree with the conditions as outlined by staff. So go ahead and please address the commission. Please state your name and address for the record and then go forward with your comments.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Madam Chair, this is Bruce Lutz, and I will be making some comments in favor of the project for the applicant. And I do have, I talked to Marty about sharing my screen. I do have a short presentation that I would like to go through. And I believe, I hope I can do that. Yes. Can you all see that? It says history and summary on the top.
Yes, we sure can.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go back one here. I'd like to make a few introductions just so you're clear on the ownership and the consultant group that's been working on the project. The property was purchased during this year by a LLC was formed called Windmill Ranch LLC. The owners are Chris Holly, Scott Lawrence, and Tom Klein. I think they're all on board tonight. So if any questions come up for the ownership, they will be happy to answer them. And in fact, Tom Klein will probably make a comment towards the end of my presentation. I am Bruce Lutz. I am a summer resident of Northwest Montana and a winter resident of Green Valley, Arizona. I am a senior landscape architect and land planner practicing in Montana for 45 years. With me tonight is Steve Lewis, who's with RPA. He's our civil engineer. And on the legal side, our attorney, Paul Gilbert, is on board. Steve and Paul will follow with some comments after my little presentation. And with that said, I'd like to move on. Any questions at this point?
Mr. Lutz, I'm not seeing any, so please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the way of comparison between our original concept, which you guys first saw in January of 2021 at your work session. And then as Bob mentioned, it went on through the planning board hearing process and then on to the supervisors. The original concept, and at that time, the property was owned by RNM Ranches LLC, the Morrisons. That particular concept was reviewed by the planning board and approved on a unanimous basis and then rejected by the Board of Supervisors. It is 62 acres. This is again the original concept, 35 acres or 56% of the total was dedicated to open space and landscape. In that scheme, we had 151 RV lots and 147 cabin sites for a total of 298 units. The RV lots were within 100 feet of the west I-17 boundary across the entire west boundary of the project. The total unit count was again 298 with a 32% footprint. That's the structural footprint of the lots and the cabin sites on the overall site. The total paved area was 9.7 acres or 15.7% of the total site area. And I'm just going to briefly remind you of that plan. and point out a few things. If you can follow my cursor, the west side of the site was heavily loaded with the RV lots, as you can see here. There was a larger open space area between the interstate and those lots, which accommodated drainage facilities, meadow, and the 2 ponds as described by Bob. On the east side of the project was the main area for the cabin sites, if you follow my cursor again. So that basically was the project as it was originally. And now I'm going to just make a few comparisons in addition. The current proposal, again, 62 acres, 40.78 or 65.8% of the total area of the site is in open space and landscape. And that's a 10% increase from the original concept that you saw last year. There are, again, 70 casita sites. Now, those are located in the middle portion only of the project compared to the 151 of the original project. 161 resort residence envelopes are on the new site plan, and they are located mainly on the north and the south portions of the project compared to 147. So those went up a little bit, and the casita sites compared to the 151 went down substantially. The footprint, rather than 32% in the original concept, is 23.5%. That includes the resort residences and envelopes and the casita lots, for a total of 231 units compared to the previous concept of 298 units. And that consists, or that is a 22.5% density reduction. The paved area on the new concept was reduced by about 0.8 acres. And that concept looks like this. So my reference of the casita sites being in the middle of the site, as shown here, and then the resort residence sites are on the north and, or I'm sorry, on the north and on the south end of the project. And the setback areas are from 200 to 300 or 200 to 500 feet. And I would note that one of the things we heard loud and clear, particularly during the supervisors meeting, was everybody's, I guess, fondness for the meadow. And so one of the things we're trying to accomplish here is to keep that meadow intact as much as possible and reduce the density to allow that to happen. Moving on, Bob showed this. Phase 1 would consist of the casita sites, casita lots in here, some resort residence on the south side of the site, and then phase 2 would be this area and this area, mainly resort residence site, and then the final phase, phase 3, would be all resort residence sites. This is the landscape plan, and what I'd like to point out here is that on both edges of the meadow, we're going to implement some landscaping along as a buffer along I-17, just on the edge, and then on the interface between the units and the open meadow area here, we'll be doing some considerable and extensive mounding and plant material additions, both trees and shrubs, all native in nature. The floodplain, as you saw it in that aerial, would correspond to be right in here, but all of that can be moved successfully in a position closer to I-17 and the west boundary. We will have some ability for trails to connect to the Forest Service, but that will not include any connections for OHVs. OHVs will have to go out of the project and connect with the Forest Service somewhere else. There will be no connections to this property. These will only be pedestrian and bicycle connections to the Forest Service. The lighting, I think Bob covered that, and I won't rehash that. What you didn't see in the first go around with Bob's presentation is this is in fact a model concept for the resort residences. This is the kind of thing that we're intending to build. This again is a model version. There might be some slight deviations on different models so that there's a little bit variety, but this is what these will begin to look like. The resort residential envelope itself would be 42 by 37 with that footprint fit inside it. This is in fact, rather than what Bob characterized as the cabin or the resort residence, this is in fact the casita. And each of these will be built on the RV, or I'm sorry, on the casita lots as a first step. And then those lots will be able to accommodate motor coaches or travel trailers with the ability to park as well. So I'd like to go through this quickly. The current zone change proposal is for a planned 4-season owner-occupied and HOA-maintained long-term alternative residential resource. That's important to note. This is not a seasonal project. This is a place where people can live permanently and long-term. The term resort is used to fit within the Coconino County provisions allowing customization of this kind of development. The term resort is not meant to suggest short-term use or transients in this case. This, and I want to stress this because I think there's some real confusion in some of the letters that I've read, that this is not an RV park by any stretch. The proposed residential opportunities and resources within the 62-acre property are intended for long-term owners with an inherent pride of ownership. There will be a 300 to 500 foot setback from the west I-17 boundary, which will allow for the conservation and maintenance of a meadow zone, including east and west edges with extensive plantings and landscape mounding. The existing billboards will be removed no later than 1 year after the approval by the County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to offer, before I hand this over to Steve and Paul, I would like to offer a request to make a couple changes in the conditions, and we concur with the conditions and the findings of fact with these two exceptions. In number 10, the word campers is used, and I'd like to replace that with the word owners. This is not a campground, and we will not have camping allowed on this project in any way, shape, or form. Number 14 makes a comment or a reference to all OHVs being on trailers, and we'd like to replace that with these 3 items, which we think is a more realistic approach. All OHVs must be licensed to be on the property at all. All OHVs must be covered or garaged when on the resort property. And then finally, OHVs may only be driven on paved roads within the resort and are not allowed to access the National Forest from the property. And so we would request that you strike the comment that there's a requirement for OHVs to be trailered. Okay, that concludes my comments. I'm going to hand this over to Steve, if you'd like to do any kind of a summary on the civil engineering and the infrastructure on the project, and then finally Paul has some comments he'd like to make as well.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I really only want to make comments on the civil engineering for the site. I wanted to point out a couple of key things. One, we're proposing a state-of-the-art wastewater treatment system that will create a Class A+ effluent reclaimed water that we can use for irrigation for the site. And we feel that will enhance the ability to maintain a very good meadow-like view of the property from the interstate. And the second thing is, I want to reiterate what Bob Short mentioned regarding the floodplain. The floodplain that's shown on this site is a generic determination of floodplain based on USGS contours and not a detailed floodplain evaluation or delineation. As a part of the development process, we would be required to do this delineation of the floodplain, and chances are we would find that it actually should not be a floodplain. And if that's not the case, we still do intend to modify the floodplain to install a drainage channel along the Interstate 17 side of the property. And by doing so, that allows us to develop berms and contouring for the meadow area to make that look long-term like a better open space. So that is our intent for the civil design for this. And that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lutz, do you want to proceed with the presentation?
Yes, I'd ask if Paul could maybe step forward and make a few comments as
well. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm assuming I have your permission to proceed. My name is Paul Gilbert. I'm at 701 North 44th Street in Phoenix. I'm very pleased to be here to help with this presentation on behalf of the Windmill Group. A couple of points I think as we reason together that we need to focus on. First of all, there are no immediate neighbors to this project. In fact, our nearest neighbor, Murphy Ventures in Munns Park, is in full support. So it cannot be said that we are interfering with or having any adverse effect on neighbors. We don't have them, and we don't have an adverse effect on them. I think a brief perusal of the history is instructive here. The property was owned for 18 years by the Morrison family. We stepped in, our group, the Windmill Ranch Resort people, and tried to take this property through a plan where we had the property in escrow. As we all know, that plan was approved by the Planning Commission, but not approved by the Board of Supervisors. And we were frankly a little surprised at that because we did get a lot of guidance from the Board of Supervisors as to why they turned this case down. But importantly, we're back, and we're back with a much better project. I'm fond of saying, if you liked this project before, which you did, voting unanimously for it, you'll like it now. But coming back to the previous case, when that case concluded, we went back to the Morrison family and discussed what their plans were. And they told us that, look, we tried, we worked with you, and indeed they did. They were very patient with us as we took the last program through. But they have been trying to sell this property for 18 years. So they basically informed the Windmill Ranch Resort people that they had different plans in mind for the property. Those plans, I submit, are very instructive. Basically, the Morrison family, the previous owners of the property, were approached by a hard rock mining operation, actually a road building company, that wanted to use the property for a mining operation. Don't want to be pedantic here, but I think we're all aware of the fact that under county statutes, the property can be used as a mining operation without the necessity of any rezoning application. In fairness, the Morrison family wasn't very happy about this use. They would have much preferred a resort use or a casita use as we're proposing now. But after 18 years, it was time for them to move on. I said to myself, well, I want to make sure before I approach the county on this, that I got the facts right. So I spoke with the chief representative of the Morrison family and said, look, what are your plans? Are you really interested in selling this to a mining operation? And they said, yes, we are, and we have actually been approached. This was the second time they had been approached to develop or to sell the property to a mining operation. And that was their plan to go forward. And I even have a letter in my file, which I shared with the county from the Morrison family, confirming that they were in serious negotiations with a mining operation. Well, now the Windmill Ranch Resort people stepped up and they went ahead and purchased the property from the Morrison family to ensure that this property did not succumb to the ownership of a mining operation. So they bought the property and they own it. So we are in the posture this evening of ownership of the property, and we bought it, and we bought it to ensure that something like what we're proposing here could be developed and not fall to a mining operation, which would be antithetical to every comprehensive plan element that is reviewed in great detail in your staff report. So we're here in the posture of bringing forward what we consider to be a very fine development. We're here in the posture of a strong staff recommendation. A couple of key points, pardon there is some redundancy in my remarks, but we're providing a plan with 65.8% open space. We've agreed to remove the 2 billboards. Those 2 billboards are also antithetical to your comprehensive plan. Billboards, I needn't tell anyone, are very lucrative, and you can't get billboards anymore, which makes their value even more dear. But we've agreed to remove those billboards to enhance the natural beauty of the property. We have agreed to be complete in compliance with the dark sky ordinance. We are upgrading our roads in the property. We have had numerous meetings with the Forest Service. We're fully cooperating with the Forest Service, and as far as we know, they are very welcoming to have this development take place. Importantly, we have a very low traffic impact. Our traffic report indicates that there will be less than 100 daily trips during both the AM and PM peak hours, which means we will have virtually a de minimis effect from a traffic point of view. We are ensuring and going to great lengths to maintain the water features so they will be acceptable and accessible to the wildlife. We're using native plants and drought-tolerant species. Our goal is to conserve the open space and the natural resources as called for in your comprehensive plan. And it's the comprehensive plan that is the touchstone by which, as we all know, we should analyze this proposal this evening. Again, we're coming forward with a much better plan than we had before. Salient features include 22.5% less density and 10% more open space than the previous plan. Your comprehensive plan makes a big point of supporting the tourist trade, and we do that very well. We also have agreed to minimize the disturbance to the topsoil and to the native plants. I could go on, but there are a plethora of other specific findings in the staff report and in our narrative, which we've agreed to be bound by, that say we are proposing an extremely environmentally friendly plan. I conclude with pointing out that, as the staff report makes very clear, we comply with the comprehensive plan, and we do it with room to spare. This is a great project. You liked it before. We're now back before you with an even better project, and we sincerely hope that you will agree that this is a project that is worthy of your recommendation for approval to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for listening. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. This is Chair Ontiveros. I'm going to ask if there are any commissioners that have any questions for Mr. Gilbert at this time. Okay, I've got Commissioner Best. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are going to sell the above ground assets here and retain ownership of the land under them. Is that how I understand this?
That's correct.
Okay, so if I am a resident of Phoenix and I want to, and I purchase one of these, can I then contact VRBO and rent it out by the weekend?
I'm gonna defer that question over to Tom Klein, who I think's on board. I think he can answer that better than I can, but Tom, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Commissioner Best, this is Tom Klein. I'm one of the owners of Windmill Ranch Resort, along with my partners, Chris Hawley and Scott Lawrence. The answer to your question is any rentals will be governed by our CC&Rs. We have not developed them yet, but it will be a minimum of a 30-day rental, whether someone wants to rent a resort residence or a casita from a owner. There will be no VRBO allowed in this project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you tell me the price of the cabins? I'm sure you've worked that out in your budget. Just the cabin itself, the above ground.
Yes, Commissioner Williams, again, this is Tom Klein. Not to pigeonhole us on that question, obviously the market is changing, but we're hoping to keep our first resort residents that when we come to the market in the mid-3s.
And what's the square footage?
They are 1,200 square foot livable with a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, a covered porch that's 24 wide by 12 foot deep, and a single car garage that is 13 wide by 27 foot deep.
All right, so roughly 300,000 plus or minus.
Right in the we see it right in the mid-3s. We hope to offer them as reasonable as possible. And that's part of our whole reasoning of the long-term land leases is that we're able to provide a housing project to the to clientele at a good cost point, so to speak.
Okay, and do the casitas have bathrooms, full bath in them?
Yes, the casitas are a garage that could be converted into a full living quarters. It will also have a kitchen. They will have a bedroom and a full service bathroom. And they will be air conditioned and heating as well.
And would somebody need to have an RV to go with that? Or
No, ma'am. They would not have to own an RV. They could just buy the casita, but they would have the ability to buy a motor coach or travel trailer and park it on the 15 by 40 foot slab and or brick paver hard surface that would be on the casita lot. The casita lots are 45 wide by 70 foot deep, so it's a very spacious lot.
Won't be allowed.
And do you have a price for those, roughly?
We're hoping on those to keep those in the mid ones.
Okay, so could somebody, for instance, buy one of those and then pull their van in, and that could be their permanent residence?
No, we'll have restrictions on what will be allowed to park on the outside parking surface. So that'll be governed by the CCNRs for the development as a whole.
Okay. And are these buildings all going to be made of wood, or are they going to be any fire resistant material?
We envision having our exterior like structural vertical posts and or corbels, so to speak, that are on the buildings. Those will most likely be a natural wood surface that will be stained. All the siding and fascia and whatnot will all be made of composite materials. So it will not be like a cedar or a Doug fir. It'll be more of a composite shiplap, board and bat siding or cedar shake, or not cedar shake, but a shake siding. That will all be made of a composite material.
Okay. And then what about the roofs?
The roofs will be all asphalt composite shingles on the, that'll be the main body of the casitas and the resort residences. And we hope to keep some of the shed roofs, like at the structure that you see. Shed roofs will be metal, and the back porch will be metal as well.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Mr. Klein, this is Chair Ontiveros, and kind of piggybacking upon Commissioner Williams' questions. If somebody owned or purchased a casita with an adjacent RV spot, could the casita and the RV both be lived in simultaneously?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you could have, a fairly large group of people on one lot. Then you could have people living in the casita and then also in the RV. That's
correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And would in your CCNRs, could the RVs also be used as 30-day rentals?
We haven't got to that, but we most likely see that not really happening. It would be a one party. So if say you owned a casita and you leased it out for 30 days, we haven't really gotten that far, but if someone did want to park something, they probably could park it on that, but it would only be one party. So you could not have two separate parties on a casita lot, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Do any other commissioners have questions for the applicant at this time? If so, raise your hand or unmute. And I am not seeing any, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Lutz to continue with his presentation to the commission.
Madam Chairman, I am done with my presentation. I would be happy, again, if there are any questions that come up after this, we would be happy. One of us will be happy to answer them. One other thing I thought of that you might be interested in is this development will have hydrants, fire hydrants, and if in the event of a fire emergency in the surrounding forest, it would be probably likely that tankers could fill up at these hydrants and fight fires in that vicinity. Also like to reinforce and remind you that the improved egress and ingress along the highway to both interchanges enhances the possibility of emergency egress in particular.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lutz. I'm going to ask one more time if any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative this evening. And seeing none, I am going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. I'm just going to reiterate to those in the public who wish to speak to the commission tonight to either raise your hand or unmute. I will see you. I will call on you. Please state your name and address for the record, and the comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Mr. Short, I would like to ask you at this time to be the timer, and at the 2-minute mark, if you would please give a 1-minute warning. With that, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to speak to the commission this evening. And I do see an individual, Bernie Poshpashel. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. If you would please unmute and address the commission. Okay, your hand continues to be raised.
There it is. I think I found the unmute button. I apologize, ma'am.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Please state your name and address for the record, and then proceed with your comments, being mindful that they need to be 3 minutes or less.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Bernard Pospichel. I live at 17040 South Penguin Place here in Munns Park. I've lived here for 25 years. I do have several things I'd like to address. First of all, I'd just like to comment the fact that I've lived here for 25 years. I've worked in Flagstaff and lived in Munns Park. So I've driven past this property every day, going back and forth to work for the last 25 years. It is one of the most beautiful open spaces in this area. Coconino County has some absolutely gorgeous landscapes throughout the county. This is one of the most beautiful places. Just this morning, as I drove by, there was a herd of mule deer sitting there drinking. It was just beautiful. Few things I would like to comment on. First of all, one of the gentlemen mentioned no neighbors. Well, in fact, you do have neighbors, maybe not in the big city way like a lot of you out-of-state people or out-of-town people may think, but Munns Park has considered that part of our neighborhood for a very long time. We really do think we are the neighbors of Newman Park. Our open spaces are just being ruined by construction jobs like this. I understand, rich people want to get rich, and that's cool. I want to get rich too, but not at the expense of our beautiful landscapes that we have here in Coconino County. These places, these open spaces are what brought most of us here in the first place. To destroy that is just, it's a travesty, honestly. The other couple of things I wanted to bring up, you really don't have any support from the people here in Munns Park. They really don't want you here. That's just the hard truth. None of you people are local people. None of you live here. You're just coming here to take money and go back to your big cities. You're not from here. You don't appreciate what we have here. I would challenge any of you to tell me how long you've spent here in my woods. I've spent a lot of time in them. I love them, and I don't want another campground here. Whether you have 1
minute left.
Whether you call it a resort or a campground or whatever you want to call it, basically you're destroying our beautiful open spaces, and we don't want that. I don't have a lot else to say. What else did I have a note here? The fire department issue. You mentioned the fire hydrants. I'm curious as to, are you going to employ your own fire department, or are you going to be paying Munns Park Fire Department to be supporting you? I have not heard that addressed yet. I guess that's really all I have to say. To the Board of Supervisors, I would sincerely hope you consider this decision hard. Please do not destroy the beauty that this community has come to love throughout the centuries and turn it into just another rich man's pocketbook. I appreciate your time, people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. This is Chair Ontiveros, and I would like to let everyone know that the chat board is off limits for any type of discussion. So there have been several comments on the chat board. They are not part of the record. They will really not be acknowledged. And I tell you this to say that the chat is for the specific purpose of, if you are having an issue, a technical issue, stuff like that, that's what that is for. It is not to discuss this case. So going forward, no more comments on the chat board. If you want to address the commission, either raise your hand or unmute, and I will call on you, and you will have 3 minutes to address. With that, I'm going to, there is someone on Anita's iPhone. Would you please address the commission?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we sure can. State your name and address for the record and then proceed.
My name is Anita Kopak, and I live at 145 East Oak Drive, Munns Park. I am not, I'm used to seeing tourism and resorts. I am from Lake Havasu City. I can see what it can bring to a town. I can also see what it can do to a town. So I am concerned about a couple things. Mainly this water conservation thing. Somebody said that they have state-of-the-art water conservation that they're going to be doing. What is state-of-the-art? We need to know. We're running out of water. Secondly, what steps will you take to secure fire safety? Like, how are you going to maintain it? That's a lot of people. That's going to be your responsibility. We want to know plans. And RVs can be toxic. What are you going to do about dumping? We know that you have to have dumping sites, but coming from Havasu, like, people are lazy. They don't want to pay. They just dump out in the middle of the forest or the desert. It contaminates the soil. So we have that. What if this ranch doesn't work out? What happens? Is it going to be an empty building on a meadow? Also, I saw the ponds and stuff, but with all this building, it scares off the nature. Like, we're avid hunters, we're avid conservators. Sorry, I'm not used to speaking publicly. So even if you do have those ponds in, all that building is going to scare off all those elk and deer. And I drive the I-17 all the time. I see elk and deer, all of that. Meadows are a key food source for our birds, amphibians, reptiles, bees, and even with all those native plants, you're still getting rid of so many square footage. Meadows are a concentration for conservation. Like, we don't have a lot of this type of land in Arizona. That's why it's a high value.
Anita, you have 1 minute.
So those are my questions. How much, and I would like to know, how are we gonna the tax on the wells, like, where's that tax going to in Coconino County? Is it going to go back into the Coconino County, or is it going to go into the city? I understand that we want well-designed developments, but I think we would like nature more. But I am grateful that it's not going to be a mining place. So how to protect and enhance the quality of life for all is Flagstaff's motive. Do I think that this is it? Not exactly, but I would like to hear some answers to my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am trying to, and Anita, if you could please mute again and take your hand down, just so I can keep everything very clear this evening. I'm going to try and keep this in order, and I believe there is an individual named Everett who is next. Please unmute, state your name and record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Everett Woffalk. I live at 17030 Grizzly Ridge, Munns Park. Because my property does back up to the forest, one of the commenters mentioned that one of the neighbors was a Munns Park person who backed up to the forest. So as somebody said before, I certainly see myself as a neighbor. My biggest concern right now is it appears that the planning for this resort has not been done well, because at this time, the question for CCNRs has come up repeatedly. And after a number of years of an opportunity to put a package together, nothing is in place. So basically what you have is 300 sites that that are not owned by anybody. The asset above is owned, but below is not owned. So with no CCNRs established, we could have daily rentals for 300 people. And the owner who spoke before could say anything he wants to say, but until you see something in writing, something attested to, they have nothing to go forward with. I don't see how any commissioner at this time could vote for this without knowing whether they're going to be daily rentals into this park. Also, a statement was made that there's no direct access from the park into the forest. Well, that's just a play on words. The RV park, the entrance to the RV park is on a Forest Service road. The forest, you leave the RV park, you go onto a Forest Service road, and you're into the forest. So
Everett, you have 1 minute.
Trying to say there's no direct access is just not being truthful. Also, with 300 homes, you have at 3 to 4 people, that's 1,200 people now entering the forest or have access to the forest, going into the forest. My God, what with the fire danger caused by humans, this is crazy. A statement was also made that the Forest Service likes this idea, or someone in Coconino County Forest thought this was a good idea. Please provide us the name of that person that thinks having 1,000 people thinks that's a good idea, because that's another statement that's been made tonight that just is not true. So it's just sad that this has to come up again. We only hope that Matt Ryan, who
Everett, your 3 minutes is up.
All right. Thank you for giving me the time.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next individual is Jay Murphy.
Town, I think.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? This is Jay Murphy. Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, someone can hear me. Okay. My name is Jay Murphy. I am the second closest neighbor to this project. I live at the north end of Newman Park, the North Meadow as opposed to the South Meadow.
Mr. Murphy, can you please state your address for the record?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is up there, but I live in Phoenix. Is that good enough?
Okay, well, give us an address, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Murphy.
Yeah, 340 East Palm Lane in Phoenix.
Thank you.
Okay. And so, you know, we love the looks of the meadows. We have tried for many years, many decades, in fact, to work toward a solution where we could preserve the meadow to the north, working with the county, the National Forest Service, conservation groups. And we just have not found that there is an appetite for preserving these meadows by these government groups. And so we have sort of resigned ourselves to the fact that these are going to get developed, the south just like the north. And we have seen and heard about some of the optional developments, the mining. There was another one involving timber. And we just feel like that this is the best option we have seen. We would love to see it preserved, but we just know that that's not in the cards at this point. We have seen improvements in the design of this project, and we're thankful for that. We believe that the design is consistent with the general plan. We believe that it's consistent with other developments, such as those down at Munns Park on the west side of I-17, in terms of, you know, high density developments. The use is a little bit different, and I think addresses some of the concerns by some people who are more opposed to this project. So we are in support of this project. We have been so all along, and have sent a letter to the commission and the supervisors.
Mr. Murphy, you have 1 minute.
And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Go ahead and mute again and take your hand down so it keeps the participant board really clean. All right, let me go down. Okay. There's an individual named Denise. Denise, if you would like to speak to the commission, please unmute, state your name and address for the record, and proceed with your comments.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? I believe I have unmuted.
We are having at least I am having a very difficult time hearing you. There's an echo. Try again.
Okay, is this any better?
It's slightly better, but you're very, very soft.
I'm sorry, let's see. Old laptop, let's see, where is the microphone? I'll speak up a little bit. Does that help at all?
Sounds like I need.
Not really.
Okay, I'm having technical difficulties.
I
I'm
just
going to mute myself and play with my laptop and raise my hand again.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Best. We have a Lee Carlson who has unmuted, and we're getting some static from his site. So if you could ask him to mute, and now he has muted. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Best. I just scrolled all the way down to the bottom and saw that. What I would like is to ask Denise if she could try again now that we've eliminated some of the noise.
Okay, is this are you able to hear me now?
You know what? I can hear you, but you're very, very soft. So if you could speak up to the greatest degree possible.
Okay, I will try. Hello, my name is Denise Napolitano, and for the record, I live at 2423 Hanno Trail in Kachina Village. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I can see that the applicants have made a great effort and tried to make some improvements over their proposal from last year. The 20% reduction in dwellings per se is probably a huge plus. However, even though I can see that this is a good plan, I feel strongly that it is far too dense for this area. The damage potential and fire potential to the surrounding forest by allowing 300 plus OHV travel vehicles just cruising through the forest. It just seems inappropriate for the area. Kind of that's pretty much my big concern, and I appreciate the opportunity to point that out. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I am looking for raised hands or unmuted individuals. I am not seeing any. Mr. Short, would you please double check me on that, because I do not want to miss anyone this evening.
Madam Chair, it looks like Lori Prescott has raised her hand.
Okay. Yes. Ms. Prescott, would you please state your name and address for the record and proceed with your comments?
Hi, my name is Lori Prescott and I live at 595 East Navajo Road in Munns Park. My husband and I began coming to Munns Park in the 1980s, and we first started out at the RV campground, so we're well familiar with the area. And we love the community so much that we ended up buying another house and then moving to another house, and Tom Klein built our third house there. We are thrilled with the job that he did for us, which was completed in 2020. He has built 3 other new construction houses in Munns Park, so he's very familiar with Munns Park and its surroundings. He's not just somebody that's coming up to make money. He has a real interest in the community. We've reviewed the plans that he had presented for Windmill Ranch, and we know how invested they are in making this a great project. Their landscaping on the property is going to look much better than the way it currently sits with the horse corrals, billboards, etc. I know it's not going to be a rental community like the one we already have in Munns Park, because it's offering people a chance that already live in Coconino County or the Valley to buy a home, or people that want to have a second home. When we learned that they were interested in buying this property, we were ecstatic, because I'm not sure if everybody knows, but the land that they were going to build on, which was previously discussed, was a mining pit and also a forestry pulp mill that were other use considerations for the site. So I want to speak on behalf of Windmill Ranch. I think that everybody has the right, just like we did, to move up here and enjoy the beauty. And they're not going to be taking away the beauty, as some others have said. I think they're going to be enhancing the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Prescott. And if you could please lower your hand. Okay, I'm going to go through the participant list again, making sure I don't miss anyone. And Mr. Short, please be my second set of eyes. I'm not seeing anyone.
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anyone either.
Okay. Mr. Short, do you see something called Samsung SM? I do. Okay.
Madam Chair, actually,
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Short, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I see Allison Tiffany.
Okay.
Raised.
Okay, before that, I do see a Samsung SM. If that individual would please, identify.
I believe that's me.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Sharon Grether. My address is 745 Stringer Road in Munns Park. And really quickly, I've been up there since the late 60s. And my biggest concern, I do agree with Everett and Bernie at the beginning. The biggest concern that I have is they do not have CC&Rs in place. And so at this point, that doesn't mean they ever will. And nobody knows what those CC&Rs will be. From being in Munns Park since the 60s, we've now turned into a VRBO haven, which is ruining the community. And then we also have the RV park across the highway. that is greatly expanding, which is increasing more people into the area and the community. That just scares me. Also, the access to the forest is there, whether they have an official road marked for that or not. People are going to go into the forest. If you don't live in Munns Park, you don't see the traffic, you don't see the congestion, you don't see the noise, you don't see the light pollution. Even though they are showing dark sky lights, everybody has their party lights. Every new homeowner, every VRBO has their party lights. It is like daylight sometimes going down the street. So that's my biggest concern. Not only that, but the wildlife impact, because as was said before, when you have buildings and people and noise and vehicles, the wildlife's not going to go down there to use that water source. So basically that's my 2 cents. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
There
Bye-bye.
is, thank you. Mr. Short, I'm not sure if you were referring to Steve Lewis. I'm looking at the chat board and it says, hello, Steve Lewis here. May I address the comments from Ms. Anita? The answer to that is no, there will not be any discussion amongst the public with each other. It's simply public to the commission and no discussion beyond that. So let me go ahead and get back to the participant list now. I'm going to ask again if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. Please raise your hand or unmute.
Madam Chair, I'm
Mr.
still
Short.
seeing Alice and Tiffany with a hand raised.
Okay, that is odd.
You're not seeing that?
Not okay, but Ms. Tiffany, would you please proceed?
Hi,
If you
can you
could-
hear
yeah.
me? Can you hear me?
We sure can. Yep,
Okay,
sure
this-
can. State your name and address and proceed.
Thank you. This is Allison Tiffany, PO Box 18131, Munns Park. I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree 100% with what my neighbors, Bernie, Anita, Everett, and Sharon all stated previously. They're all Munns Park residents, and I completely agree with everything they said. In the interest of time, I won't rehash what they said. I think what I wanted to point out was something that I don't really feel like anybody has addressed yet. So first, I just want to say I agree with everything that has already been stated in the opposition. But there's 2 things I don't think was really sufficiently addressed, and that is we have a significant problem in Munns Park with UTV traffic. And part of the reason why we have that problem is just simply from the amount of people that are coming in and out of the forest from all over the area. But the other problem is that we simply don't have the U.S. Forest Service staff or the Coconino County Sheriff's staff to police this issue. Perhaps if we did have that type of coverage out in the forest through the Forest Service and the sheriff, maybe things would be better out there. Maybe they wouldn't. We don't know. But the fact of the matter is they are consolidating fire departments right now, as you well know, in Coconino County. They can't get enough people really to help them at the Forest Service and the Sheriff's Department. We are just simply we're underrepresented. And we just absolutely cannot handle, we don't have the capacity for this development, no matter how nicely it is developed. And it does look like they did as good of a job as they could to do it. But it's just not the right place or the right time for this
Ms.
development.
Tiffany, you have 1 minute.
Okay. And then the other thing I'd like to say is I understand that they did make a 20% reduction in their density. And that was necessary in order for this application to be heard again. And while that 20% reduction may have met the threshold for this application to go before you again, that 20% is a minor difference. And it does not do anything to alleviate the concerns that the Board of Supervisors had when they denied this unanimously. It doesn't change any of the concerns anybody on this call has discussed, or any of the letters you have received. A 20% reduction as far as our concerns is, it's completely insignificant. It does nothing to make us feel better. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Tiffany. And if you could please mute and lower your hand. All right. I'm going to go through here one more time, asking one last time if anyone from the public wishes to address the commission on the case this evening. Mr. Short, I'm not seeing any additional individuals. Are you?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand at this point.
Okay. Then at this time, I'm going to close it to the public, and I'm going to open it up for commission discussion. Commissioner Williams, why don't you please start our discussion this evening?
Okay. I've had a lot of mixed feelings about this. And I know we did approve the other one, the last one, and I think that none of us really felt that great about that, but that's neither here nor there at this point. So we're back here, and you know, I had some pros. I tried to put the pros and the cons of this. And one of my pros was, I thought, well, maybe these little cabins could be affordable housing. Well, at $350,000, that is not any way, shape, or form going to qualify as affordable housing. So that's kind of out the window. So the other things that I sort of my cons, I am concerned that it is a gateway. I mean, as you come north, you sort of come around the corner and that downhill, and you get your first impactful, huge view of the peaks. And there's, you know, there's the park right there. So it's a huge gateway, and I think we do need to consider that. I do have a problem with the OHV. There's going to be so much more OHV traffic in the forest, and it's you know, it's the forest, and we've seen just what's happened here in the last week when the forest opens and suddenly a fire starts. That's a huge concern for me. And the fact that it's really close to Munns Park, it's 5 miles plus or minus to Kachina and Mountain Air. And, you know, a forest fire there could be at Kachina and Mountain Air in no time. But I also have a concern, if there's a fire started in any way, you could easily have 500 to 1,000 people in here trying to evacuate. And I mean, it just is a nightmare thinking about it. Plus, they're all trying to get out in their RVs. So that's a big problem for me. And I do think that having no CCNRs in place, it's going to be difficult to get fully on board with this, because I think that the CCNRs clearly will address some of the issues that people are concerned about, but those are my biggest hurdles right now regarding this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. And I plan on coming back through after all of the commissioners have spoken. So you'll get another shot at this. Vice Chair Walters, I see your hand raised, and coincidentally, you are up next on the discussion list.
Thank you. I've heard everything that everybody has had to say. I've been kind of quiet here, just listening and looking at this. The thing that everybody seems to be missing here is that this is private property. there's private property rights that go on with these properties. And if the public as a whole doesn't like that, they can put their money together and buy that and keep it as a open space. We did that at Fox Ranch Road on the east side of the highway and made that whole meadow area there open space by putting a conservation easement on it. But we had to buy it to do that. This situation is a very nicely designed program for this site. I didn't hear everybody getting up and having all these discussions about the expansions of the trailer parks on the west side of I-17 at Munns Park, which are much more problematic than this is to me. As far as the statement that was made by the ownership that they won't have any rentals less than 30 days, I would like to see that in writing. And I do understand the CCNRs and how that works. We can add that as a condition to our approval. And I think that that's the way to do that. But as far as this thing is designed and the way that it's laid out, I think it's very nicely done. As far as the fire hazard goes, I did check to see what the 4-ply thinning program was, and they are going to come down and do some thinning in here. As to evacuation of the people in this area, it'd be much easier to evacuate these people than it would be out of Munns Park or Kachina Village or Mountain Air. So those are my comments at this time, and I'm sure I'll have more. Thank you for giving me the time.
Commissioner Walters, Commissioner Clifford.
I agree with Commissioner Walters. It is private property, and we can put the CCNRs in the conditions of the permit, or a conditional use permit. So there was other questions that were brought up by the public about fire protection. They are going to contract with the fire department out of Munns Park, and that was brought up. It's in the package. So I think it's a lot better. We approved it once. It was a little bit more dense in the space. They have lowered that, and I think it's a very good project. And I can make the findings to approve this. I think it's a very good thing for that area.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clifford. I did see Mr. Lumpkin, our legal counsel, Mr. Lumpkin, would like to address the commission. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Antiveros. I just wanted to address the issue that's come up a few times here about the CCNRs, and specifically as it pertains to a 30-day minimum rental limit. I just wish to remind the commission that due to specifically ARS 11-269.17, there is a prohibition on municipalities regulating short-term and vacation rentals. There's a very limited number of instances in which those regulations can be put into effect, but I wish to especially state that making a condition of approval that regulations of short-term and vacation rentals be put into the CCNRs is going to be a violation of that statute. And I just wish to advise members of the commission not to take that into consideration when making their findings tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. I appreciate the clarity on that, because I was actually going to call on you and ask you to address that, because I thought that's how it was. So thank you for getting ahead of it. Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gosh, this is a tough one. You know, we've been working on these types of projects. This is one of the possibly the largest ones since we started a couple of years ago with Happy Jack. And the question is always impact on neighbors, impact on the forest resources. Some of the logic can be that these projects keep people from using dispersed camping and therefore decrease the impact. At this point, in my thinking, given the impact that I'm seeing with OHVs and the increase really just in the few years that we've been doing this, I'm out in the forest quite a bit myself, and I'm finding fleets of these things tearing through the forest. The Forest Service does not have a way to regulate them. They don't have a way to maintain the roads that these vehicles tear up. That's one of my biggest concerns. Hearing that we can't regulate short-term rentals, I manage a short-term rental. I'm well aware of what's going on out there. Without regulation in place, these will be short-term rentals. They will be purchased by people, many of them by people in the valley for summer homes, and they will use them part-time and rent them the rest of the time. And that means we'll have people coming up here who have very little knowledge of the area. They're not long-term residents and are not likely to treat the forest as well as long-term residents would. That really, the short-term rental issue with me is very difficult to handle. The OHVs are very difficult to handle. And there's a couple of, I understand the private property issue, but we regulate private property every day in this commission. That's what we do. All applicants are coming to us with private property, for heaven's sakes. I'm having a very hard time getting past the provisions in the comprehensive plan that say that that isolated lots in the forest should not be developed commercially. It says that pretty specifically in a couple of places. Commercial use of in-holdings within national forests is strongly discouraged. Large resort commercial shall be discouraged from locating in in-holding areas. There's always a balance to be struck. I certainly wouldn't want to mine here. I don't know what anybody would mine there. But at this point, I cannot make the findings, especially with the vacation rental issue wide open as it seems to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. I would like to ask Mr. Lumpkin, our legal counsel, Mr. Lumpkin, if I could get a little clarification. Specifically, the applicant in their presentation to this commission stated that they were going to develop CC&Rs, and that those CC&Rs would prohibit the short-term rentals. They would be 30 days or more. I believe that's what I understood. I also asked if the RV could be used as that. They indicated that they hadn't really thought that through completely, but that it would still be a one party, one family kind of situation. So my question to you,
if I could just suggest that we, if it would suit the commission to move to retire to an executive session to discuss these questions.
Yes, if that is advice of legal counsel, I will accept a motion by a commissioner and a second to move us into executive session, please.
I make a motion to move into executive commission.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Walters and a second by Commissioner Ruggles to move into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal counsel. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Walters.
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford.
Aye.
Commissioner Best.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously, and this commission will now move into executive session. I don't know how we do that virtually. Can somebody please give me some direction?
I believe if Marty could send a Microsoft Teams invite to staff, commissioners, and Mr. Garnes and myself. I think that should work.
Okay, sounds good. So then for clarification for the commissioners, I can mute and stay signed into this. I will go to my email, receive a new invitation and sign in there, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, if she sends us an invite, we can do that.
Okay, so we stay signed in here, we just simply mute, and we will come back here when we leave the executive session.
I may have a problem with that. I am not sure that I have Microsoft Teams on this computer.
And that is going to create a problem, because if Commissioner Ruggles is not able to join us, then we lose our quorum.
It will just take me a minute to check on that.
Madam Chair?
If you can bear with me for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yep, please go ahead, Commissioner Ruggles. And Mr. Krisselman?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. When Marty sends the invitation to the Teams meeting, there's a call-in phone number that's associated with that, so that if you don't have Teams, you can just call that number and join virtually that way.
Okay, that may be what I have to do, but it'll just take me. I would rather use Teams than use the phone. I'm somewhat limited with the phone out here.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah,
Teams.
no problem. Okay, and I'm looking at my email. I don't have the invite yet. Marty, have you sent it and I'm just not getting it?
It will take me a minute because I've got to add everybody's name individually and send it out.
You're fine.
Okay,
You're fine.
so
I thought
just
maybe, I thought maybe it was on my end.
no, it's me.
Okay, Ms. Hernandez, would you please just let us know when you've completed your task, and we will be patient as you do that, and then we'll move to Plan B.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you know just as soon as I get it sent.
Thank
I
you.
also checked and I don't have Teams either.
Well, I can help a little bit. At least I do have Teams installed, so it won't be any problem for me to pull that up. So.
Madam Chair, I don't believe you need to have Teams installed. I believe you can do it on the online. You can
right.
Okay. Through your browser.
Yes, because we do a lot of different meetings on Teams.
Yeah, if you have a valid version or an authentic version of Microsoft Windows 10 or 11, you can do that. It'll take a little bit of time depending on how fast your connection is, but I've been down that road and yes, that will work. just one thing I would like to add to that. You're going to have your Microsoft password that you should have established when you installed Windows on your computer. And I've got to go fishing for that right now.
Marty, would we be able to use a Zoom program? I don't know. Is it gone?
I am not, I could send a Zoom invite, but I'm not sure if we have to get out of this one, get into that one, and then would have to return to this one.
I think that's the case.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and we can do that, Ms. Hernandez, if need be. That might be the simplest way to go about this.
It might be because Teams does not recognize anyone's email address outside the organization. So I'm going to have to actually type each email address individually. So it will just take me a few minutes if you want to continue with Teams.
I thought that we were going to do a Zoom.
Okay, so we are going to do Zoom.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Because that way we know for a fact that all of us can get on. Once you give the invite, then give us direction on whether we need to get out of this meeting, or you're going to have to give direction.
I have sent that meeting. Please let me know if you get it, and please let me know if I left someone out as well. I have not started that one yet. I just want to make sure everybody gets it.
I got it, Marty.
Okay, thank you.
I received it.
So did I. Do we have to get out of this one to get into that one?
I am thinking we do. I have not done this before. Does anyone else have any experience?
This is Commissioner Best, and I got it as well.
Okay, I have it. I have the email now too. I'm going to try it, see if it works with both.
Okay, and yeah, and this is Chair Ontiveros. Do we
I s-
log out of the first meeting? Or do we stay logged in, mute ourselves, and meet in the one that you just sent?
Let's try muting and
Madam,
I
Madam-
just opened up the new link and it says the meeting has not started.
oh, I need to start it. Just a moment.
I opened it up and it said leave and join.
Yeah,
Mine says leave and start. Oh, I bet I have to leave the other one.
And
Okay, and
will the other
when
one
the
still be on our
commissioners-
calendar then? When we
It
come
should
back?
be. It should be.
Okay.
So when the commissioners leave this meeting, will the public, I want the public to know what is going on. So do they stay logged in and we will come back to them?
Yes.
Okay, so all of the commissioners log out of this current meeting and we'll meet again in the next platform.
I hope I see you guys again.
I do too.
It's really
Okay.
been great working with you over the years.
See you on the other side.
Okay. I know, I did make it sound like that. I am signing out now.